Section 1 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Coe. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. Young Love. It was after dark on a November evening. A young woman came down the main street of a small town in the south of Scotland. She was a maidservant, about 30 years old. She had a pretty, though rather strong-featured face and yellow silken hair. When she came towards the end of the street, she turned into a small draper's shop. A middle-aged woman stood behind the counter folding her wares. "Can you tell me the way to Mistress MacDonald's?" asked the maid. "You'll be a stranger." It was evident that everyone in those parts knew the house inquired for. The maid had a somewhat forward, familiar manner. She sat down to rest. "What like is she?" The shopkeeper bridled. "Is it Mistress MacDonald?" There was reproof in the voice. "She is much respected, none more so. It would be before you were born that everyone about here knew Mistress MacDonald." "Well, what family is there?" The maid had a sweet smile. Her voice fell into a cheerful, coaxing tone, which had its effect. "You'll be the new servant they'll be looking for. Is it walking ye are from the station?" "Well, she had 6 children, had Mistress MacDonald." "What ages will they be?" The woman knit her brows. The problem set her was too difficult. "I couldna tell you just exactly. There's Mistress MacDonald, she that's at home yet. She'll be over 50. "Oh!" The maid gave a cheerful note of interested understanding. "It'll be her perhaps that wrote to me. The mistress will be an old lady." "She'll be nearer 90 than 80, I'm thinking." There was a moment's pause, which the shopwoman filled with sighs. "You'll be aware that it's a sad house you're going to. She's vera ill, is Mistress MacDonald. It's sorrow for us all, for she's been hale and had her faculties. She'll no be lasting long now, I am thinking." "No," said the maid, with good-hearted pensiveness. "It's not in the course of nature that she should." She rose as she spoke, as if it behoved her to begin her new duties with alacrity, as there might not long be occasion for them. She put another question before she went. "And who will there be living in the house now?" "There's just Miss MacDonald that lives with her mother, and there's Mistress Brown. She'll be coming up most of the days now, but she didn't live there. And there's Anne Johnson that's helping Miss MacDonald with the nursing. She's been staying at the house for a year back. That's all there'll be of them, besides the servants, except that there's Dr. Robert. His name is MacDonald too, you know. He's a nephew and he's the minister of the kirk here. He goes up every day to see how his aunt's getting on. I'm thinking he'll be up there now. It's about his time for going." The maid took the way pointed out to her. Soon she was walking up a gravel path between trim, old-fashioned laurel hedges. She stood at the door of a detached house. It was an ordinary middle-class dwelling, comfortable, commodious, ugly enough, except that the stolidity and the age did so much to soften its ugliness. It had, above all, the air of being a home, a hospitable, open-armed look, as if children had run in and out of it for years, as if young men had gone out from it to see the world and come back again to rest, as if young girls had fluttered about it, confining their sports and their loves to its ivy-clad walls. Now there hung about it silence and sobriety that were like the shadows of a coming oblivion. The gas was turned low in the hall. The old-fashioned omnibus that came lumbering from the railway with a box for the new maid seemed to startle the place with its noise. In the large dining-room 4 people were sitting in dreary discussion. The gaslight flared upon heavy mahogany furniture, upon red mooring curtains and big silver trays and dishes. By the fire sat 2 daughters of the aged woman. They both had grey hair and wrinkled faces. The married daughter was stout and energetic. The spinster was thin, careworn, and nervous. 2 middle-aged men were listening to a complaint she made. The one was Robert MacDonald, the minister. The other was the family doctor. "It's no use Robina's telling me that I must coax my mother to eat, as if I haven't tried that." The voice became shrill. "I've begged her, and prayed her, and reasoned with her." "No, no, Miss MacDonald, no," said the doctor soothingly. "You've done your best. We all understand that. It's Mistress Brown that's thinking of the situation in a wrong light. It's needful to be plain and to say Mistress MacDonald's mind is affected." Robina Brown interposed with indignation and authority. My mother had always had her right mind. She's been losing her memory. All aged people lose their memories. The minister spoke with a meditative interest in a psychological phenomenon. Aye, she's been losing it backwards. She forgot who we were first, and remembered us all as little children. Then she forgot us and your father altogether. Latterly, she's been living back in the days when her father and mother were living at Kelsey Farm. It's strange to hear her talk. There's not, as far as I know, another being on this wide earth of all those that came and went to Kelsey Farm that is alive now. Miss MacDonald wiped her eyes. Her voice shook as she spoke. The nervousness of fatigue and anxiety accentuated her grief. She was asking me how much butter we made in the dairy today, and asking if the curly cow had her calf, and what Jeanie Trim was doing. Who was Jeanie Trim? Asked the minister. How should I know? I suppose she was one of the Kelsey servants. Curious, ejaculated the minister. This Jeanie will have grown old and died, perhaps 40 years ago, and my aunt speaking of her as if she was a young thing at work in the next room. And what did you say to Mistress MacDonald? The doctor asked, with a cheerful purpose in his tone. I explained to her that her poor head was wandering. Nay, now, but Miss MacDonald, I'm thinking if I were you, I would tell her that the curly cow had her calf. I never, tearfully, told my mother a falsehood in my life, except when I was a very little girl, and then— Miss MacDonald paused to wipe her eyes. She spoke to me so beautifully out of the Bible about it. The married sister chimed in mournfully. How often have I heard my mother say that not one of her children had ever told her a lie? Yes, but— There was a tone in the doctor's voice, as if he would like to have used a strong word, but he schooled himself. It's curious the notion she has got of not eating, broke in the minister. I held the broth myself, but she would have none of it. In the next room, the flames of a large fire were sending reflections over the polished surfaces of massive bedroom furniture. The wind blew against the side of the house and rattled the windows, as if angry to see the picture of luxury and warmth within. It was a handsome, stately room, and all that was in it dated back many a year. In a chintz armchair by the fireside its mistress sat, a very old lady, but there was still dignity in her pose. Her hair, perfectly white, was still plentiful. Her eyes had still something of brightness, and there was upon the aged features the cast of thought and the habitual look of intelligence. Beside her upon a small table were such accompaniments of age as daughter and nurse deemed suitable, the large print Bible, the big spectacles, and caudle cup. The lady sat looking about her with a quick, restless expression, like a prisoner alert to escape. She was tied to her chair, not by cords, by the failure of muscular strength, but perhaps she did not know that. She eyed her attendant with bright furtive glances, as if the meek sombre woman who sat sewing beside her were her jailer. The party in the dining room broke up their vain discussion, and came for another visit of personal inspection. Mother, this is the doctor come to see you. Do you not remember the doctor? The old lady looked at all four of them brightly enough. I hadn't the pleasure of remembering who ye are, but perhaps it will return to me. There was a restrained politeness in her manner. The doctor spoke. It's a very bad tale I'm hearing about you today, that you've begun to refuse your meat. A person of your experience, Mistress MacDonald, ought to know that we must eat to live. He had a basin of food in his hand. Now, just to please me, Mistress MacDonald. The old dame answered with the air that a naughty child or a pouting maiden might have had. I'll no eat it. Take it away. I'll no eat it. Not for you, no, nor for my mither there, she looked defiantly at her grey-haired daughter. No, nor for my father himself. Not a mouthful had passed your lips today, moaned Miss MacDonald. She wrung excited hands and stepped back a pace into the shadow. She felt too modest to pose as her mother's mother before the curious eyes of the two men. The old lady appeared relieved when the spinster was out of her sight. I don't know ye, gentlemen, but perhaps my mither's not here. Ye'll tell me who it was that rang the door-bell a while since. The men hesitated. They were neither of them ready with inventions. She leaned towards the doctor, strangely excited. Was it Mr. Kinnaird? She whispered. The doctor supposed her to be frightened. No, he said in cheerful tones. You're mistaken. It wasn't Kinnaird. She leaned back pettishly. Take away the broth. I'll no take it. The discomfited four passed out of the room again. The women were weeping. The men were shaking their heads. It was just then that the new servant passed into the sick room, bearing candles in her hands. "Jeanie, Jeanie Trim," whispered the old lady. The whisper had a sprightly yet mysterious tone in it. The withered fingers were put out as if to twitch the passing skirt as the housemaid went by. The girl turned and bent to look, strong, helpful, and kindly, upon this fine ruin of womanhood. The girl had wit. "Yes, ma'am," she answered blithely. "I'll speak with ye, Jeanie, when this woman goes away. It's her that my mither's put to spy on me." The nurse retired into the shadow of the wardrobe. "She's away now," said the maid. "Jeanie, is it Mr. Kinnaird?" "Well, now, would you like it to be Mr. Kinnaird?" The maid spoke as we speak to a familiar friend when we have joyful news. "Oh, Jeanie Trim, ye well know that I've longed sair for him to come again." The maid set down her candles and knelt down by the old dame's knee, looking up with playful face. "Well, now, I'll tell ye something. He came to see ye this afternoon." "Did he, Jeanie?" The withered face became all wreathed with smiles. The old eyes danced with joy. "What did he say to him?" "Oh, well, I just said," hesitation, "I said he was to come back again tomorrow." "My father doesn't know that he's been here?" There was apprehension in the whisper. "Not a soul knows but meself." "Ye didna tell him I'd been looking for him, Jeanie Trim?" "Na, I made out that ye didna care whether he came or not." "But he wouldna be hurt in his mind, would he? I'd no like him to be affronted." "It's no likely he was affronted when he said he'd come back tomorrow." The smile of satisfaction came again. "Did he carry his silver knobbed cane and wear his green coat, Jeanie?" "Aye, he wore his green coat, and he looked as handsome a man as ever I saw in my life." The coals in the grate shot up a sudden brilliant flame that eclipsed the soft light of the candles, and set strange shadows quivering about the huge bed and wardrobe and the dark rosewood tables. The winsome young woman at her play, and the old dame living back in a tale that was long since told, exchanged nods and smiles at the thought of the handsome visitor in his green coat. The whisper of the aged voice came blithely. "Aye, he is that, Jeanie Trim, as handsome a man as ever trod." The maid rose, and passing out observed the discarded basin of broth. "What's this?" she said. "You'll no be able to see Mr. Kinnaird tomorrow if ye don't take your soup the night. Gie it to me, Jeanie Trim. I thought he wasna coming again when I said I wouldna." The nurse slipped out of the shadow of the wardrobe and went out to tell that the soup was being eaten. "Kinnaird," repeated the minister meditatively. "I've never heard my aunt speak the name." "Kinnaird," repeated the daughters, and they too searched in their memories. "I can remember my grandfather and my grandmother," the married daughter spoke incredulously. "There was never a gentleman called Kinnaird that any of the family had to do with. I'm sure of that, or I'd have as much as heard the name." The minister shook his head, discounting the certainty. "Maybe John will remember their name. Your father, and your grandfather too, had great talks with him when he was a lad. I'll write a line and ask him. Poor William or Thomas might have known, if they had lived." William and Thomas, grey-haired men, respected fathers of families, had already been laid by the side of their father in the burying-ground. John lived in a distant country, counting himself too feeble now to cross the seas. The daughters, the younger members of this flock, were passing into advanced years. The mother sat by her fireside, and smiled softly to herself as she watched the dancing flame, and thought that her young lover would return on the morrow. The days went on. "I cannot think it right to tamper with my mother in this false way," the spinster daughter spoke tearfully. "Would you rather see Mistress MacDonald die of starvation?" The doctor spoke sharply. He was tired of the protest. The doctor approved of the new maid. "She's a wise-like body," he said. "Let her have her way." "Don't you know us, mother?" the daughters would ask patiently, sadly, day by day. But she never knew them. She only mistook one or the other of them at times for her own mother, of whom she stood in some awe. "Surely you've not forgotten Anne Johnston, ma'am?" the nurse would ask, carefully tending her old mistress. The force of long habit had made the old lady patient and courteous, but no answering gleam came in her face. "Ye know who I am?" the new maid would cry in kindly triumph. "Oh, aye, I know you, Jeanie Trim." And now, look, I brought you a fine cup of milk, warm from the briar. Oh, I cannot take it. I'm no thinking that I care about eating today. Well, but I wanted to tell ye, with an air of mystery. Who do you think's downstairs? It's Mr. Kinnaird himself. Did he come round by the yard to the dairy door? That he did, and all to ask how ye were the day. The sparkle of the eye returned, and the smile that almost seemed to dimple the wrinkled cheek. And I hope ye offered him something to eat, Jeanie. It's a long ride he takes. Bread and cheese, and a cup of milk just like this. What did he say? Did he like what ye gave him? He said a sup of milksin across his lips till you'd had a couple of the like of his, so I brought it in to ye. You'd better make haste and take it up. Did he send ye with the cup, Jeanie Trim? Ay, he did that, and not a bit nor sup will he take till you've drunk it all, every drop. With evident delight the cup was drained. Ye told him I was ailing and couldna see him the day, Jeanie? Maybe you'll see him tomorrow. The maid stooped and folded the white shawl more carefully over the dame's breast, and smiled in protective kindly fashion. She had a good heart and a womanly motherly touch, although many a mistress had called her wilful and pert. There were times when the minister came and sat himself behind his aunt's chair to watch and to listen. He was a meditative man, and wrote many an essay upon modern theology, but here he found food for meditation of another sort. There was no being in the world that he reverenced as he had reverenced this aged lady. In his childhood she had taught him to lisp the measures of psalm and paraphrase. In his youth she had advised him with shrewdest wisdom. In his ministerial life she had been to him a friend, always holding before him a great spiritual height to be attained, and now he thought of his uncle as he had known him, a very reverend elder of the kirk, a man who had led a long and useful life, and to whom this woman had rendered wifely devotion. He thought upon his cousins, in whose lives their mother's life had seemed unalterably bound up. He would at times emerge from his corner, and, sitting down beside the lady, would take her well-worn Bible and read to her such passages as he knew were graven deep upon her heart by scenes of joy or sorrow, parting or meeting, or the very hours of birth or death, in the lives that had been dearer to her than her own. He was not an emotional man, but yet there was a ringing pathos in his voice as he read the rhythmic words. At such times she would sit as if voice and rhythm soothed her, or she would bow her head solemnly at certain pauses, as if accustomed to agree to the sentiment expressed. Heart and thought were not awake to him, nor to the book he read, nor to the memories he tried to arouse. The fire of the lady's heart sprang up only for one word, that word a name, the name of a man whose very existence, it seemed, no trace was left in all that countryside. The minister would retreat out of the lady's range of vision, and so great did his curiosity grow that he instigated the maid to ask certain questions as she played at the game of the old love story in her sprightly, pitying way. "Now I'll tell you a thing that I want to know," said the maid, pouring out tea in a cup. "What's his given name? Will ye tell me that?" "Is it Mr. Kinnaird, ye mean?" "It's Mr. Kinnaird's christened name that I'm speering for." "And I cannot tell ye that, for he never told it to me. It'd be no place of mine to ask him before he chose to speak o' it himself." "Did ye never see a piece of paper that had his name on it, or a card, maybe?" "I dinna mind that I have, Jeanie. He's a very fine gentleman. It's just Mr. Kinnaird that he's called." "What for will ye no let me tell the master that he comes every day?" "Ye must no tell me father, Jeanie Trim," querulously. "No, nor me mither. They'll maybe be telling him to bide away." "Why would they be telling him to bide away?" "Tuts! How can I tell ye why when I dinna ken myself? Why will ye fret me? I'll take no more tea. Take it away." "I tell ye he'll ask me if ye took it up. He's waiting now to hear that ye took a great big piece of bread to it. He'll no eat the bread and cheese I've set before him till you've eaten this every crumb." "Well, is that say?" "Well, I maun eat it, for I wouldna have him wanting his meat." The meal finished, and the maid put on her most winsome smile. "Now I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go back to Mr. Kinnaird, and I'll tell him that ye send your love to him." "Ye'll do no sic a thing as that, Jeanie Trim." All the dignity and authority of her long womanhood returned in the impressive air with which she spoke. "Ye'll do no sic a thing as that, Jeanie Trim. It's known for young ladies to be sending sick messages to a gentleman when he hasn't had so much as said the word love. Had he ever said the word love, this Kinnaird, whose memory was a living presence in the chamber of slow death? The minister believed that he had not. There was no annal in the family letters of his name, although other rejected suitors were mentioned freely. Had he told his love by look or gesture, and left it unspoken, or had look and gesture been misunderstood, and the whole slight love story been born where it died, in the heart of a maiden? Where it had died! It had not died. 70 years had passed, and the love story was presently enacting itself, as all past and all future must forever be enacting to beings for whom time is not. Then, too, where was he who, by some means whether of his own volition or not, had become so much a part of the pulsing life of a young girl that, when all else of life passed from her with the weight of the years, her heart still remained obedient to him? Where was he? Had his life gone out like the flame of a candle when it is blown? Or, if he was anywhere in the universe of living spirits, was he conscious of the power which he was wielding? Was it a triumph to him to know that he had come, gay and debonair, in the bloom of his youth, into the long-existing sanctuary of home, and set aside, with a wave of his hand, husband, children, and friends, dead and living? Whatever might be the psychical aspects of the case, one thing was certain, that the influence of Kinnaird alone of all those who had entered into relations with the lady, was useful at this time to come between her and the distressing symptoms that would have resulted from the mania of self-starvation. For some months longer she lived in comfort and good cheer. This clear memory of her youth was oddly interwoven with the forgetful dullness of old age, like a golden thread in a black web, like a tiny flame on the hearth that shoots with intermittent brilliancy into darkness. She was always to see her lover upon the morrow. She never woke to the fact that today lasted too long, that a winter of morrows had slipped fruitlessly by. The interviews between Jeanie Trim and Kinnaird were not monotonous. All else was monotonous. December, January, February passed away. The mornings and the evenings brought no change outwardly in the sick room, no change to the appearance of the fine old face and still stately figure, suggested no variety of thought or emotion to the lady's decaying faculties, but at the hours when she sat and contentedly ate the food that the maid brought her, her mental vision cleared as a focus upon the thought of her heart's darling. It was she whose questions suggested nearly all the variations in the game of imagination which the young woman so aptly played. Was he riding his black mare, Jeanie Trim? I didna see the beast. He stood on his feet when he was tapping at the door. Wisht! You could tell if he wore his boots and spurs, and his drab waistcoat, buttoned high. Now that ye speak of it, those were the very things he wore. It be the black mare he was riding, nae doubt. He'll have her tied to the gate in the lane. Or, again, was it in the best parlour that ye saw him the day? He'd be drinking tea with my mither. That he was, and she was smiling to him over the dish of tea. Aye, he looks fine and handsome, bowing to me mither in the best parlour, Jeanie Trim. Did ye notice if he wore silk stockings? Fine silk stockings he wore. And his green coat? As green and smart as a bottle when he polished it with a cloth. Did he notice the fine frills that he had to his shirt? I've tried to make my father's shirt look as fine, but they never have the same look. The hands of the old dame would work nervously, as if eager to get at the goffering irons and try once more. And he laid his hat on the floor beside him. It's a way he has. Did my mither tell him that I was ailing? His eyes would be shining the while. Do ye notice how his eyes shine, Jeanie? Aye, I do. His eyes shine and his hair curls. You're mistaken there. His hair does not curl, Jeanie Trim. Ye've no observed rightly. His hair is brown and straight. It's his beard and whiskers that curl. But they're bonny. There's a colour and shine in the curl that minds me of the light I can see in the old copper kettle when me mither had it scoured and hung up on the nail. But his hair is plain and brown. He's a grand figure of a man, cried the blithe maid, ever sympathetic. Tuts! What are you saying, Jeanie? He's no a great size at all. The shortest of my brothers is bigger than him. Ye might have called him a wee man. It's the spirit that he has with it that I like. Thus, by degrees, touch upon touch, The portrait of Kinnaird was painted, and whatever misconceptions they might have formed of him were corrected one by one. There was little incident depicted, yet the figure of Kinnaird was never drawn passive, but always in action. Did my father no offer to send him home in the spring cart, is sair were for him to be walking in the wind and the rain today? Or, he had a fine bloom on his cheeks, I'll warrant, when he came in through this morning's bluster of wind. Or again, he'll be riding to the hunt with my father today. Have they put their pink coats on, Jeanie Trim? The relations between Kinnaird and the father and the mother appeared to be indefinite rather than unfriendly. There were times, it is true, when he came round by the dairy and gave private messages to Jeanie Trim, but at other times he figured as one of the ordinary guests of a large and hospitable household. No special honour seemed to be paid to him. There was always the apprehension in the love-sick girl's heart that such timely attention such as the offer of proper refreshments or of the use of the spring cart might be lacking. The parents were never in their daughter's confidence. She always feared their interference. There was no beginning to the story, no crisis, no accumulation. "Now tell me when ye first saw Mr. Kinnaird?" asked the maid. But to this there was no answer. It had not been love at first sight. Its small beginnings had left no impression. Nor was there any mention of a change in the relation, or of a parting, only that suggestion of a long and weary waiting, given in the beginning of the phase of memory, when she refused to touch her food, and said she was sair longing to see him again. The household at Kelsey Farm had flourished in the palmy days of agriculture. Hunters had been kept, and pink coats worn, and the mother, of kin with the neighbouring gentry, had kept her carriage to ride in. There had been many pleasures, no doubt, for the daughter of such a house, but only one pleasure remained fixed on her memory, the pleasure of seeing Kinnaird's eyes shining upon her. These days of the lady's youth had happened at a time when religion, if strong, was a sombre thing, and to those who held the pleasures of life in both hands, it was a little more than a name and a right. So it came to pass that no religious sentiment was stirred with the thought of this old joy and succeeding sorrow. The minister never failed to read some sacred text when he sat beside her, and when he found himself alone with the old dame, he would kneel and pray aloud in such simple words as he thought she might understand. He did it more to ease his own heart because of the love he bore her than because he supposed that it made any difference in the sight of God whether she heard him or not. He was past the prime of his life, and had fallen into pompous and ministerial habits of manner, but in his heart he was always pondering to find what the realities of life might be. He seldom drew false conclusions, although to many a question he was content to find no answer. He wore a serious look. People seldom knew what was passing in his mind. The doctor began to think that he was anxious for the safety of the old dame's soul. "I am not without hope of a lucid interval at the end," he said. "There is wonderful vitality yet, and it's little more than the power of memory that is impaired." At this hope the daughters caught eagerly. They were plain women, narrow and dull, but their mother had been no ordinary woman. Her power of love had created in them an affection for her which transcended ordinary filial affection. They had inherited from her such strong domestic feelings that they felt her defection from all family ties for the sake of the absent father and brothers, felt it with a poignancy which the use and wont of those winter months did not seem to blunt. No sudden shock or fit came to bring about the end. Gradually the old dame's strength failed. There came an hour in the springtime. It was the midnight hour of an April night, when she lay upon her bed, sitting up high against white pillows, gasping for the last breath she would ever draw. They had drawn aside the old-fashioned bed-curtains, so they hung like the high dark pillars at the four posts. They had opened wide the windows, and the light spring wind blew through the room fresh with the dews of night. Outside the moon was riding among her clouds. The night was white. The budding trees shook their twigs together in the garden. Inside the room, firelight and lamplight, each flickering much because of the wind, mingled with the moonlight, but it did not wholly obscure its misty presence. They all stood there, the minister, the doctor, the grey-haired daughter sobbing, looking and longing for one glance of recognition, the nurse and the new maid. They all knelt, while the minister said a prayer. "She's looking differently now," whispered the home-keeping daughter. She had drawn her handkerchief from her eyes, and was looking with odd solicitude at her mother's face. "Yes, "There's a change coming," said the married daughter. Her large bosom heaved out the words with excited emotion. "Speak to her of my father. It will bring her mind back again." They appealed to the minister, pushing him forward to do what they asked. The minister took the lady's hands in his, and spoke out clearly and strongly in her ear, but he spoke not, at first, of husband or children, but the Son of God. Memories that had lain asleep so long seemed slowly to awaken for one last moment. "You know what I am saying, auntie?" The minister spoke strongly, as to one who was deaf. "Aye, I know weel. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want, though I walk through the valley of the shadows of death." "My uncle, and Thomas, and William had gone before you, auntie." "Aye," with a satisfied smile, "they've gone before." "You know who I am?" he said again. She knew him, and took leave of him. She took leave of each of her daughters, but in a calm, weak way, as one who had waded too far in the river of death to be much concerned with the things of earth. The doctor pressed her hand, and the faithful nurse. The minister, feeling that justice should be done to one whose wit had brought great relief, bid the maid to go forward. She was weeping, but she spoke in the free, caressing way that she has used so long. "You know who I am, ma'am?" The dying eyes looked at her full in the face, but gave no recognition. "It's Jeanie Trim." "Na, I remember a Jeanie Trim long syne, but you're not Jeanie Trim." The maid drew back discomfited. The minister began to repeat a psalm that she loved. The daughter sat on the bedside, holding her hands. So they waited, and she seemed to follow the meaning of the psalm as it went on, until suddenly she turned her head feebly towards the space by the bed where no one stood. She drew her aged hands from her daughter's, and made as if to stretch them out to a newcomer. She smiled. "Mr. Kinnaird," she murmured. Then she died. "You might have thought that he was there himself," said the daughters, awestruck. And the minister said within himself, "Who knows but that he was there?" End of section 1.
Section 2 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. A Marriage Made in Heaven. In the backwoods of Canada, about 80 miles north of Lake Ontario, there is a chain of 3 lakes, linked by the stream of a rapid river, which leads southward from the heart of a great forest. The last of these 3 lakes is broad, and has but a slow current, because of a huge dam which the early Scottish settlers built across its mouth, in order to form a basin to receive the lumber floated down from the lakes above. Hence this last lake is called Haven, which is also the name of the settlement at the side of the dam. The worthy Scotsman, having set up a sawmill, built a church beside it, and by degrees a town and a schoolhouse. The wealth of the town came from the forest. The half-breed Indian lumbermen, toiling anxiously to bring their huge tree trunks through the twisting rapids, connected all thoughts of rest and plenty with this peaceful Haven Lake and the town where they received their wages. And perhaps because they received their first ideas of religion at the same place, their tripping tongues to this day call it not Haven, but Heaven. The town throve apace in its early days, and no one in it throve better than Mr. Reed, who kept the general store. He was a cheerful soul, and it was owing more to his wife's efforts than his own that his fortune was made, for she kept more closely to the shop and had a sharper eye for the pence. Mrs. Reed was not cheerful. She was of a rather acrid disposition. People said that there was only one subject on which the shopkeeper and his wife agreed. That was as to the superiority of their daughter in beauty, talent, and amiability, over all the other young women far or near. In their broad Scotch fashion they called this daughter Eelin, and the town knew her as Bonnie Eelin Reed. Every one acknowledged her charms, although there might be some who would not acknowledge her preeminence. Mr. and Mrs. Reed carried their pride in their daughter to a great extent, for they sent her to a boarding school in the town of Coburg, which was quite 2 days' journey to the south. When she came back from this educating process well grown, healthy, handsome, and, in their eyes, highly accomplished, the parents felt that there was no rank in the Canadian world beyond their daughter's reach, if it should be her pleasure to attain it. "It wouldn't be anything out of the way, even," chuckled the happy Mr. Reed, "if our Eelan should marry the Governor General." "Tuts, father! Governors!" said his wife scornfully, not because she had any inherent objection to governors as sons-in-law, but because she usually cried down what her husband said. "The chief difficulty would be that they are usually married before they come to this country, aren't they, father?" Eelan spoke with a twinkling smile. She did not choose to explain to any one what she really thought. She had fancies of her own, this pretty backwoods maiden. "Well, well, there are lads enough in town, and I'll warrant she'll pick and choose," said the jolly father, in a resigned tone. He was not particular as to a governor, after all. That conversation happened when Eelan first came home, but a year or two after, the family conferences took a more serious tone. She had learnt to keep her father's books in the shop, and had become deft at housework, but there was no prospect of her settling in a house of her own. Many of the best young men in the place had offered themselves as lovers and been refused. "Oh, what's the use of talking, father?" cried Mrs. Reed. "If the girl won't, she won't, and that's all. But I can tell you, Eelan Reed, that all your looks and your manners won't save you from being an old maid, if you turn your back on the men." "I wasn't talking," said Mr. Reed humbly. "I was only saying to the lassie that I didn't want her to hurry, but I'd be right sorry when I'm getting old not to have some notion where I was going to leave my money. It'll more than last out our Eelan's stay, if it's rightly taken care of." "But I can't marry unless I should fall in love," said Eelan wistfully. Her parents had a vague notion that this manner of expressing herself was in some way a proof of her high accomplishments. Life was by no means dull in the little town. There were picnics in summer, sleigh drives in winter, dances and what not, and Eelan was no recluse. Still, she loved the place better than the people, and there was not a spot of ground in the neighbourhood that she did not know by heart. In summer, the sparkling water of the lake rippled under a burning sun, and the 1,000 tree trunks left floating in it, held near to the edge by the floating boom of logs, became hot and dry on the upper side, while green water moss caught them from beneath. It was great fun for the school children to scamper out daringly on these floating fields of lumber, and Eelan liked to go with them, and sometimes walk far out alone along the edge of the boom. She would listen to the birds singing, the children shouting, to the whir of the saws in the mill, and the plash of the river falling over the dam, and she would feel that it was enough delight simply to live without distressing herself about marriage yet awhile. When winter came, Eelan was happier still. All the roughness and darkness of the earth was lost in a downy ocean of snow. Where the waterfall had been there was a fairy palace of icicles glancing in the sun, and smooth white roads were made across the frozen lake. Eelan never drew back dazed from the glittering landscape. She was a child of the winter, and she loved its light. She would often harness her father's horse to the old family sleigh, and drive alone across the lake. She took her snowshoes with her, and, leaving the horse at some friendly farmhouse, she would tramp into the woods over the trackless snow. The girl would stand still and look up at the solemn pines and listen, awed by their majestic movement and the desolate loveliness all around. At such time, if the thought of marriage came, she did not put it aside with the light fancy that she wished still to remain free. She longed, in the drear solitude, for someone to sympathize with her, someone who could explain the meaning of the wordless thoughts that welled up within her, the vague responses of her heart to the mystery of external beauty. Alas! Among all her suitors there was not such a friend. There was no one else in town who cared for country walks as Eelan did, at least, no one but the schoolmaster. She met him occasionally, walking far from home. He was a quaint, old-looking man, and she thought he had a face like an angel's. She might have wished sometimes to stop and speak to him, but when they met he always appeared to have his eyes resting on the distant horizon, and his mind seemed wrapped in some learned reverie, to the oblivion of outward things. The schoolmaster lived in the schoolhouse on the bank of the curving river, a bit below the waterfall. He took up his abode there a few months before Elin Reed came home from school. He had come from somewhere near the centres of education, had been imported, so to speak, for the special use of Haven settlement, for the leading men of the place were a canny set and knew the worth of books. His testimonials had told of a higher standard of scholarship than was usual in such schools, and the keen Scots had snapped at the chance and engaged him without an interview. But when he arrived they had been grievously disappointed. He was a gentle, unsophisticated man, shy as a girl, and absent-minded withal. "Aweel, I'll not say but he'll do to put sums and writings into youngsters' heads, and teach them to spout their poems, but he's not just what I call a man." This was the opinion which Macpherson, the portly owner of the mill, had delivered to his friends. "There's something lacking, I'm thinking," said one. "He's 36 years old, and to see him driving his cow afield, you'd say he was 60, and him not sickly either." "I doubt he's getting far too high a salary," said Macpherson solemnly. "To pass examinations is all very well, but he's not got the grit in him that I'd like to see." So they had called a school committee meeting, and suggested to the new schoolmaster, as delicately as they could, that they were much disappointed with his general manner and appearance, but that, as he had come so far, they were graciously willing to keep him if he would consent to take a lower salary than that first agreed upon. At this the schoolmaster grew very red, and, with much stammering, he managed to make a speech. He said that he liked the wilderness and extreme beauty of the country, and the children appeared to him attractive. He did not wish to go away, and as to salary, he would take what they thought him worth. In this way they closed the bargain with him on terms quite satisfactory to themselves. "But hoots," said the stout Macpherson, as he ambled home from the meeting, "I've only half a respect for a man that can't stand up for himself," and this sentiment was more or less echoed by them all. Happily, the schoolmaster did not desire society. The minister's wife asked him to tea occasionally, and he confided to her that, up to that time, he had always lived with his mother, and that it was because of her death that he had left his old home, where sad memories were too great a strain upon him, and come farther west. No one else took much notice of him, partly because he took no notice of them. At the ladies' sewing meeting the doctor's wife looked round the room with an injured air, and asked, "How is it possible to ask a gentleman to tea, when you know that he'll meet you in the street next morning, and won't remember who you are?" "A lady who respected herself couldn't do it," replied Mrs. Reed positively, and then in an undertone she remarked to herself, "The gaby!" Miss Anne Blakely pursed her lips and craned her thin neck over her work. "As to that I don't know, Mrs. Reed. No one could visit the school, as I have done, and fail to observe that the youth of the town are more obedient than formerly. In my opinion, a gentleman who can command the respect of the growing masculine mind—" She finished the sentence only by an expressive wave of her head. "There is much truth in Miss Blakely's remark," said a timid little mother of 6 sons. People married early, as a general thing, in Haven settlement, and Miss Blakely, having been accidentally overlooked, had, before he came, indulged in some soft imaginations of her own with regard to the new schoolmaster. Like others, she was disappointed in him, but she had not yet decided whether, to use her own phrase, he would not, after all, be better than none. She posed this question in her mind with a new balancing of reasons for and against for about 3 years, and the man who was thus the object of her interest continued to live peacefully, ignorant alike of the hostile criticism and tender speculation. It was a terrible day for the schoolmaster when the honest widow who lived with him as housekeeper was called by the death of a daughter-in-law to go and keep the house of her son-in-law in another town. She could only tell of her intention 2 weeks before it was necessary to leave, and very earnestly did the schoolmaster consult with her in the interval as to what he could possibly do to supply her place, for servants in Haven settlement were rare luxuries. "I don't know, I'm sure, sir, what you can do," said Mrs. Sims hopelessly. "The girls in these parts are far too proud to be hired to work in a house. Why, the best folks in town mostly does their own work. There's Mrs. Reed, so rich, just has a woman to do the charing, and Elin, that's the beauty, you know, makes the pies and keeps the house spick and span. But you couldn't keep your own house clean, could you, sir? let alone the meals, and you wouldn't live long if you hadn't them." As the days wore on, the schoolmaster became more urgent in his appeals for advice, but he did not get encouragement to expect to find a servant of any sort, for the widow was too sincere to suggest hope when she felt none, and the difficulty was not an easy one to solve. She made various inquiries among her friends. It was suggested that the master should go to the boarding-house, which was a large barn-like structure, in which business men who did not happen to have families slept in uncomfortable rooms and dined at a noisy table. Mrs. Sims reported this suggestion faithfully, and added, "But it's my belief it would kill you outright." The schoolmaster looked at his books and the trim arrangements of his neat house, and negatived the proposition with more decision than he had ever shown before. After a while Mrs. Sims received another idea of quite a different nature, but she did not report this so hastily. It required more finesse. It was entrusted to her care with many injunctions to be tactful, and it was suggested that if there was a mess made of it, it would be her fault. The idea was nothing less than that it would be necessary for the master to marry, and it was the gaunt Miss Anne Blakely herself who confided to his present housekeeper that she should have no objections to become his bride, provided he wrote her a pretty enough humble sort of letter that she could show her friends. "For, mind you, I'll not go cheap to the like of him," she said, raising an admonishing finger, as she took leave of her friend. "I'd rather remain single, far." "I think he could write the letter," replied Mrs. Sims. "Leastways, if he can't do it, I don't know what he can do, poor man." Having been solemnly enjoined to be careful, Mrs. Sims thought so long over what she was to say before she said it, that she made herself quite nervous, and when she began she forgot the half. Over her sewing in the sitting-room one evening she commenced the subject with a flustered little run of words. "I'm sure such an amiable man as you are, sir, almost 3 years I've lived in this house, and never had a word from you, not one word." It is to be remarked that the widow did not intend to assert that the schoolmaster had been mute. "And you are nice in all your ways, too. If I do say it, quite the gentleman." "Oh," said the schoolmaster, in a tone of surprise, not because he had heard what she said, but because he was surprised that she should begin to talk to him when he was correcting his books. "And not a servant to be had far or near," she went on with agitated volubility. "And as for another like myself, of course that's too much to be hoped for." She did not say this out of conceit, but merely as representing the actual state of affairs. The schoolmaster began to look frightened. He was not a matter-of-fact person, but, as long as a man is a man, the prospect of being left altogether without his meals must be appalling. "So why shouldn't you get married, I don't know," she added, in this tremulous excitement, speaking in an argumentative way, as if she had led him by an ordered process of thought to an inevitable conclusion. "Oh!" exclaimed the schoolmaster in surprise again, this time because he had heard what was said. The worst was now over, and Mrs. Sims, having once suggested the desperate idea of the necessity of marriage, could proceed more calmly. She found, however, that she had to explain the notion at length before he could at all grasp it, and then she was obliged to urge its necessity for some time before he was willing to consider it. He became agitated in his turn, and, rising, walked up and down the room, his arms folded and an absent look in his eyes, as though he were thinking of things farther off. "I do not mind telling you, for I believe you are a motherly woman, Mrs. Sims, that this is not the first time that the thought of marriage has crossed my mind," with solemn hesitation. "I have thought of it before, but I have always been hindered from giving it serious consideration from the belief that no woman would be willing to marry me." "Well, of course there's some truth in that, sir," said his faithful friend, reluctantly obliged by her conscience to say what she thought. "Just so, Mrs. Sims," said the schoolmaster with a patient sigh, "and therefore, perhaps, it will be unnecessary to discuss the subject further." "Still, there's no accounting for tastes. There might be some found that would." "It would not be necessary to find more than one," said he with a quiet smile. "No, that's true, sir, which makes the matter rather easy. It's always been my belief that while there is life there is hope." "True, true," he replied, and then he indulged in a long fit of musing, which she more than suspected had little to do with the immediate bearing of the subject on his present case. It was necessary to rouse him, for there was no time to be lost. "Of course I don't say that there's many that would have you. There's girls enough, but laws! They'd all make game of you if you were to go a courting to them, and, I take it, courting's not the sort of thing you're cleverest at." "True," said the schoolmaster again, and again he sighed. "But now a good sensible woman like Miss Blakely, as would keep you and your house clean and tidy, not to speak of cooking, I make bold to say that you couldn't do better than to get such a one, if she might be so minded." "Who is Miss Blakely?" he asked wonderingly. "It's her that visits the school so often. You've seen her time and again." "I recollect," he said, "but I have not spoken much with her." "That's just what I said," she observed triumphantly. "You'd be no more up to courting than cows are up to running races. Now, as to Miss Blakely, not being as young as some, nor to say good looking, she might not stand on the ceremony of much courting. If you just wrote her one letter, asking her quite modest, and putting in a few remarks about flowers and that sort of thing, as you could do so well, being clever at writing, I give it as my opinion, it's not unlikely she'd take you out of hand, and not every one would, of course, but she has a kind heart, has Miss Blakely." "Kind, is she?" he said, with a tone of interest. "And sweet-tempered?" Miss Sims said more in favour of the scheme. It required that she should say much, for the schoolmaster was not to be easily persuaded. She had, however, 3 strong arguments in its favour, which she reiterated again and again, with more and more assurance of certitude as she warmed to the subject. The first point was, that if he did not marry, he must either starve at home or go to the boarding-house, and at the latter place she assured him again, as she had done at first, he would probably soon die. Her second point was, that no one else would be willing to marry him except Miss Blakely, and her third, although in this matter she expressed herself with some mysterious caution, that Miss Blakely would marry him if asked. Mrs. Sims bridled her head, spoke in lower tones than was her wont, and said that she had the secret of Miss Blakely's partiality from good authority. She sighed, and he heard her murmur over her sewing that the heart was always young. In fact, without saying it in so many words, she gave her listener to understand clearly that Miss Blakely had conceived a very lively affection for him. And this last, if she had known it, was the only argument that carried weight, for the schoolmaster could have faced either the prospect of starvation or a lingering death in the rude noise of the boarding-house, but he was tender-hearted, and, moreover, he had a beautiful soul, and supposed all women to be like his mother, whom he had loved with all his strength. "You'd better make haste, sir," said Mrs. Sims, "for I must leave on Thursday, and it's now Saturday night. There's not over much time for everything; although, indeed, Mrs. Graham, that goes out charing, might come in and make you your meals for a week, though it will cost you half a quarter's salary, charing is that expensive in these parts." The schoolmaster proceeded to think over the matter, that is to say, he proceeded to muse over it, by which process he did not face the facts as they were, did not become better acquainted with the real Miss Blakely, but made some sort of progress in another way, for he conjured up an ideal Miss Blakely, gentle and good, cheerful, with intellectual tastes like his own, a person who, like himself, had not fared very happily in the world until now, and for whom his love and protection would make a paradise. It did occur to him, occasionally, that the picture he was drawing might not be quite correct, and at those times he would seek Mrs. Sims, and ask a few questions of this oracle by way of adjusting his own ideas to the truth. Poor Mrs. Sims, between her extreme honesty and her desire to see the schoolmaster, whom she really loved, assured of future comfort, had much ado to be tactful and say the right thing. She naturally regarded comfort as pertaining solely to the outer man, and fully believed that this marriage was the best step he could take, so her answers, when they could not be satisfactory, were vague. "How can you doubt, sir, that you'll be much happier with a wife to cook your meals regular, and no more bother about changements all your life? I'm sure if I were you, sir, I wouldn't hesitate between the joys of matrimony and single life." "Perhaps not, Mrs. Sims, but I, being I, do hesitate. It is a very important step to take, just because, as you say, there will be no more change." "And it's just you that have been telling me that the very thing you dislike most in this world is change. And there are other advantages, too, in having kith and kin, for it's lonesome without when you're old. And just think how beautiful for a wife to weep over you when you're a dying. And she'll do that all, Miss Blakely will, sir. I'm sure, as her friend, I can answer for it." "The wills above be done," murmured the schoolmaster, "but I would fain die a dry death." Time pressed. The schoolmaster procrastinated. The very evening before the widow's departure had arrived, and yet nothing was done. Then it happened, as is frequently the case when the mind is balancing between two opinions, that a very small circumstance determined him to write the all-important note. The circumstance was none other than his having a convenient opportunity of sending it, for to him, as to many other unpractical minds, the small difficulties in the way of any action had as great a deterring power as more important considerations. Miss Blakely happened to live on the other side of the town, and though the master walked much farther than that himself every day, he felt that in this case it would hardly be dignified to be his own messenger. It was early in the evening, and the master's window was open to the soft spring air that came in full of the freshness of young leaves and the joyous splash of the flooded river. Two of his schoolboys were loitering under the window, wishing to speak to him, yet too bashful. He got up and sat on the window-sill, smiled at them, and they smiled back. They had a tale to tell, but as it was of a somewhat delicate nature and hard to explain, he had to listen very patiently. They had $1, a brown and green paper dollar, which they gave him with an air of solemn importance. They said that they and some of their comrades had been a long way from home gathering saxifrage, and that they had met one of the young ladies of the town. She had her arms full of flowers, and her pocket quite full of moss, so full that she had to take her purse and handkerchief out and hold them in her hand with the flowers, because the moss was wet. When she came upon them, they were trying to get some saxifrage that was on a ledge of rock. They could only climb half-way up the rock, and were none of them tall enough to reach it, so she put down all her flowers and things, and climbed up and got it for them, but in the meantime one of them opened the purse and took out the dollar. She never found it out, and went away. "Not either of you?" said the schoolmaster. "No, sir, one of the other fellows did it, but he's sorry, and wants to give it back, so we said that we would tell you, and perhaps you would give it to her." "Why couldn't you go and give it to her, just as you have given it to me?" "Because we knew you'd believe us that it was just the way we said, and her folks, you know, might think we'd done it when we said we hadn't. Or, mother said, if you don't want to be troubled, perhaps you'd just write a line to say how it was, and we'd go and leave it at the house after dark and come away quick." The master had no objection to this, so he brought the boys in and got out his best note-paper. He was fastidious about some things, and wrote a note beginning, "Dear Madam," telling in a few lines that the money had been stolen and restored. "What is the lady's name?" he asked, taking up the envelope. "It was Elon Reed, sir, Mr. Reed's daughter that keeps the shop." So the schoolmaster wrote Miss Elon Reed in a fair round hand, and then he paused for a moment. He was making up his mind to the all-decisive action. "Perhaps you can wait for another note and take that for me at the same time," he said. He gave them some picture papers to look at. Then he wrote the note of such moment to himself, beginning, as before, "Dear Madam," and doing his best to follow the many instructions which the faithful Mrs. Sims had given him. It was a curious specimen of literature, in which a truly elegant mind and warm heart were veiled, but not hidden, by an embarrassed attempt at conventional phrases. A letter that most women would laugh at, and that the best women would reverence. He addressed that envelope too, and sealed the notes, and sent away the boys. There was no sleep for the schoolmaster that night. With folded arms he paced his room in restless misery. Now that the die was cast, the ideal Miss Blakely faded from his mind, and he felt instinctively that she was mythical. He saw clearly that he had forfeited the best possibilities of life for the sake of temporary convenience, that he had sold his birthright for a mess of pottage. The long night passed at length, as all nights pass. The sun rose over purple hills to glow upon the spring-stirred forest, and to send golden shafts deep down into the clear heart of lake and stream. The fallen beauty of past woodland summers had tinged the water till it glowed like nut-brown wine. So brown it was that the pools of the river, where it swirled and rushed past the schoolhouse bend, seemed to greet the sun with the soft, dark glances of fawn-eyed water-sprites. The glorious sky, the tender colours of the budding wood, the very dandelions on the untrimmed bank, contrived their hues to accord and rejoice with the laughing water, and the birds swelled out its song. In the rapture of spring and of morning there was no echo of grief, for the unswerving law of nature, moving through the years, had set each thing in its right home. It is only the perplexed soul that is forced to choose its own way and suffer from the choice, and the song of our life is but set to the accompaniment of a sad creed, if we may not trust that, above our human wills, there is a power able to overrule the mistakes of true hearts, to lead the blind by unseen paths, and to save the simple from their own simplicity. Very early in the morning the schoolmaster, haggard and worn, slipped out of his own door to refresh himself in the sunlight that gleamed down upon his bit of green through the budding willow trees that grew by the riverside. He stood awhile under the bending boughs, watching the full stream as it tossed its spray into the lap of the flower-fringed shore. He looked, as he stood there, like a ghost of the preceding night, caught against his will and embraced by the joyous morning. Just then he had a vision. A girl came towards him across the grass and stood a few paces distant. The slender willow twigs, with their hanging catkins and tiny golden leaves, made a sort of veil between them. She was very beautiful. At least so the schoolmaster thought. Perhaps she was the personification of the morning. Perhaps she was a wood nymph. It did not matter much. He felt, in his excitement and exhaustion, that her beauty and grace were not real, but only a hallucination of moving sun and shade. She took the swaying willow twigs in her pretty hands and looked through them at him, and stroked the downy flowers. "Why did you send me that letter?" she said at last, with a touch of severity in her voice. "The letter," he stammered, wondering what she could mean. He remembered, with a sort of dull return of consciousness, that he was guilty of having sent a letter, terribly guilty in his own estimation, but it was sent to Miss Blakely, and this was not Miss Blakely. That one letter had so completely absorbed all his mind that he had quite forgotten any others that he might have written in the course of his whole life. "Don't be angry with me," he said imploringly. He had but one idea, that was, to keep this radiant dream of beauty with him as long as possible. "I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all. Indeed," and here she looked down at the twigs in her hand, and began pulling the young leaves rather roughly. "I am not sure but that I am rather pleased. I have so often met you in the woods, you know. Only I didn't know that you had ever noticed me." "I never did," said the schoolmaster, but happily his nervous lips gave but indistinct utterance to the words, and his tone was pathetic. She thought he had only made some further pleading. I like you very much," she said. "I suppose, of course, everybody will be very much surprised, and mother may not be pleased, you know, just at first. But she's good and dear, mother is, in spite of what she says, and father will be glad about anything that pleases me." He did not understand what she said, but he felt distressed at the moment to notice that she was twisting the tender willow leaves, albeit he saw that she only did so because, in her embarrassment, her fingers worked unconsciously. He came forward and took her hands gently, to disentangle them from the twigs. She let them lie in his, and looked up in his face and smiled. "I will try to be a good wife, and manage all the common things, and not tease you to be like other men, if you will sometimes read your books to me, and explain to me what life means, and why it is so beautiful, and why things are as they are." "I'm afraid I don't understand these matters myself very well," he said, "but we can talk about them together." While he held her hands, she dropped her head till it touched his shoulder. He had kissed no one since his mother died, and the great joy that took possession of his heart brought, by its stimulus, a sudden knowledge of what had really happened to his mind. In a marvellously tender way, for a man who could not go a-courting, he put his hand under the pretty chin and looked down wonderingly, reverently, at the serious upturned face. "And this is the bonny Eelan Reid?" Then Eelan, thinking he was teasing her gently for being so easily won when she had gained the reputation of being so proud, cast down her eyes and blushed. So they were married, and lived happily, very happily, although they had their sorrows as others have. the schoolmaster was man enough to keep the knowledge of his blunder a secret between himself and God. As for Miss Blakely, she never quite understood who had stolen the dollar, or when or where, but she was glad to get it back. She never forgave Mrs. Sims for having managed her trust so ill, although the widow declared, with tears in her eyes, that she had done her best. He would have taken in the knowingest person, he would indeed, Anne Blakely, and, to my notion, a straightforward woman like you is well quit of a man who, while he looked so innocent, could act so deep. End of section 2.
Section 3 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Coe. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. Thrift. The end of March had come. The firm Canadian snow roads had suddenly changed their surface and become a chain of miniature rivers, lakes interspersed by islands of ice and half-frozen bogs. A young priest had started out of the city of Montreal to walk to the suburb of Point St. Charles. He was in great haste, so he kilted up his long black petticoats and hopped and skipped at a good pace. The hard problems of life had not as yet assailed him. He had that set of shoulders that belonged to a good conscience and easy mind. His face was rosy-cheeked and serene. Behind him lay the hillside city, with its great towers and spires and snow-clad mountain. All along his way, budding maple trees swayed their branches overhead. On the twigs of some there was the scarlet moss of opening flowers. Some were tipped with red buds, and some were gray. The March wind was surging through them. The March clouds were flying above them, light gray clouds with no rain in them, veil above veil of mist, and each filmy web traveling at a different pace. The road began as a street, crossed railway tracks and a canal, ran between fields, and again entered between houses. The houses were of brick or stone, poor and ugly. The snow in the fields was sodden with water. The road— "I wish that the holy prophet Elijah would come to this Jordan with his mantle," thought the priest to himself. This was a pious thought, and he splashed and waded along conscientiously. He had been sent on an errand, and he had to return to discharge a more important duty in the same afternoon. The suburb consisted chiefly of workmen's houses and factories, but there were some ambitious-looking terraces. The priest stopped at a brick dwelling of fair size. It had an aspect of flaunting respectability. Lintel and casement were shining with varnish. Cheap starched curtains decked every window. When the priest had rung a bell which jingled inside, the door was opened by a young woman. She was not a servant. Her dress was fur below, and her hair was most elaborately arranged. She was, moreover, evidently Protestant. She held the door and surveyed the visitor with an air that was meant to show easy independence of manner, but was, in fact, insolent. The priest had a slip of paper in his hand, and referred to it. "Mrs. O'Brien?" he asked. "I'm not Mrs. O'Brien," said the young woman, looking at something which interested her in the street. A shrill voice, belonging, as it seemed, to a middle-aged woman, made itself heard. "Louisy, if it's a Catholic priest, take him right to your grandma. It's him she's expecting." A moment's stare of surprise and contempt, and the young woman led the way through a gay and cheaply furnished parlor, past the door of a best bedroom which stood open to shew the frills on the pillows, into a room in the back wing. She opened the door with a jerk, and stared again as the priest passed her. She was a handsome girl. The priest did not like to be despised. Within his heart he sighed and said a short prayer for patience. He entered a room that did not share the attempt at elegance of the front part of the house. Plain as a cottage kitchen, it was warm and comfortable withal. The large bed with patchwork quilts stood in a corner. In the middle was an iron stove in which logs cracked and sparkled. The air was hot and dry, but the priest, being accustomed to the atmosphere of stoves, took no notice. In fact, he noticed nothing but the room's one inmate, who from the first moment compelled his whole attention. In a wooden armchair, Dressed in a black petticoat and scarlet bedgown, sat a strong old woman. Weakness was there as well as strength, certainly, for she could not leave her chair, and the palsy of excitement was shaking her head. But the one idea conveyed by every wrinkle of the aged face and hands, by every line of the bowed figure, was strength. One brown toil-worn hand held the head of a thick walking stick, which she rested on the floor well in front of her, as if she were about to rise and walk forward. Her brown face, nose and chin strongly defined, was stretched forward as the visitor entered. Her eyes, black and commanding, carried with them something of that authoritative spell that is commonly attributed to a commanding mind. Great physical size or power this woman apparently never had, but she looked the very embodiment of a superior strength. "Shut the door! Shut the door behind ye!" These were the first words that the youthful confessor heard, and then, as he advanced, "You're young," she said, peering into his face. Without a moment's intermission, further orders were given him. "Be seated! Be seated! Take a chair by the fire and put up your wet feet. It is from Father McLeod's of St. Patrick's Church that you've come?" The young man, whose boots were well soaked with ice water, was not loth to put them up on the edge of the stove. It was not at all his idea of a priestly visit to a woman who had represented herself as dying, but it is a large part of wisdom to take things as they come until it is necessary to interfere. "You wrote, I think, to Father M'Leod, saying that as the priest of this parish are French and you speak English." Some current of excitement hustled her soul into the midst of what she had to say. "'Twas Father Maloney, him that had St. Patrick's before Father M'Leod, who married me. So I just thought before I died I'd let one of you know a thing concerning that marriage that I've never told to mortal soul. Sit ye still, and keep your feet to the fire. There's no need for a young man like you to be taking your death with the wet, because I've a thing to say to ye." "You are not a Catholic now," said he, raising his eyebrows with intelligence as he glanced at a Bible and hymn book that lay on the floor beside her. He was not unaccustomed to meeting perverts. It was impossible to have any strong emotions about so frequent an occurrence. He had had a long walk, and the hot air of the room made him somewhat sleepy. If it had not been for the fever and excitement of her mind, he might have not picked up more than the main facts of all she said. As it was, his attention wandered for some minutes from the words that came from her palsied lips. It did not wander from her. He was thinking who she might be, and whether she was really about to die or not, and whether he had better ask Father M'Leod to come and see her for himself. This last thought indicated that she impressed him as a person of more importance and interest than had been supposed when he had been sent to hear her confession. All this time, fired by resolution to tell a tale for the first and last time, the old woman, steady as much as she might her shaking head, and leaning forward to look at the priest with bleared yet flashing eyes, was pouring out words whose articulation was often indistinct. Her hand upon her staff was constantly moving, as if she were about to rise and walk. Her body seemed about to spring forward with the impulse of her thoughts. The very folds of the scarlet bedgown were instinct with excitement. The priest's attention returned to her words. "Yes, marry and marry and marry. That's what you priests in my young days were forever preaching to us poor folk. It was our duty to multiply and fill the new land with good Catholics. Father Maloney, that was his doctrine, and me a young girl that come out from the old country with my parents, and 6 children younger than me. Hadn't I had enough of young children to nurse, and me wanting to begin a life in a new place respectable and get up a bit in the world? Oh, yes. But Father Maloney, he was on the lookout for a wife for Terry O'Brien. He was a widow man with 5 little helpless things, and drunk most of the time was Terry, and with no spirit in him to do better. Oh, but what did that matter to Father Maloney when it was the good of the church he was looking for, wanting O'Brien's family looked after? O'Brien was a good kind fellow, so Father Maloney said, and you'll never hear me say a word against that. So Father Maloney got round my mother and my father and me, and married me to O'Brien, and the first year I had a baby, and the second year I had another, and so on, and there's not a soul in this world I can say but that I did well by the 5 that were in the house when I came to it." "Oh, house! Do you think that it was one of the house he kept over our heads?" "No, but we moved from one room to another, not paying the rent." "Well, and what sort of a training could the children get?" "Father Maloney, he talked fine about bringing them up for the church. Do you come in and watch them when I was abed?" Do you put clothes on their backs? No. And fine and angry he was when I told him that that was what he had ought to have done. Oh, but Father Maloney and I went at it up and down many a day, for when I was wore out with the anger inside me, I'd go and tell him what I thought of the marriage he'd made, and in a passion he'd get at a poor thing like me, teaching him duty. Not that I was ever more than half sorry for the marriage myself, because of O'Brien's children, poor things, that he had before I came to them. Likely young ones they were too, and handsome. What would they have done if I hadn't been there to put them out of the way when O'Brien was drunk, knocking them round, or to put a bit of stuff together to keep them from nakedness? Well, said Father Maloney to me, why isn't it to O'Brien that you speak with your scolding tongue? Faith, and what good was it to speak to O'Brien, I'd like to know? Did you ever try to cut water with a knife, or to hurt a feather bed by striking it with your fist? A nice good-natured man was Terry O'Brien. I'll never say that he wasn't, except when he was drunk, which was most of the time, but no more backbone to him than a worm. That was the sort of husband Father Maloney married me to. The children kept a-coming till we 9 of them. That's with the 5 I found ready to hand. And the elder ones getting up and needing to be set out in the world, and what prospect was there for them? What could I do for them? Me, always with an infant in my arms. Yet 'twas me and no other that gave them the bit and sup they had, for I went out to work. But how could I save anything to fit decent clothes on them? And it wasn't much work I could do, what with the babies always coming, and sick and ailing they were half the time. The sisters would come from the convent to give me charity. 'Twas precious little they gave, and lectured me too for not being more submiss. And I didn't want their charity. I wanted to get up in the world. I'd wanted that before I was married, and now I wanted it for the children. Likely the girls the 2 eldest were, and the boy just beginning to go the way of his father. She came to a sudden stop and breathed hard. The strong old face was still stretched out to the priest in her eagerness. The staff was swaying to and fro beneath the tremulous hand. She had poured out her words so quickly that there was in his chest a feeling of answering breathlessness. Yet he still sat regarding her placidly with the serenity of healthy youth. She did not give him long rest. "What did I see around me?" she demanded. I saw people that had begun their life no better than myself getting up, having a shop maybe, or sending their children to model school to learn to be teachers, or getting them into this business or that, and mine with never so much as knowing how to read, for they hadn't the shoes to put on. And I had it in me to better them and myself. I knew I'd be strong if it wasn't for the babies, and I knew, too, that I'd be doing a kinder thing for each child I had, to strangle it at its birth than to bring it on to know nothing, and be nothing but a poor wretched thing like Terry O'Brien himself. At the word strangle, the young priest took his feet from the ledge in front of the fire and changed his easy attitude, sitting up straight and looking more serious. It's not that I blamed O'Brien overmuch. He just had the same sort of bringing up himself and his father before him, and when he was sober, a very nice man he was. There was spiritedness he lacked, but if he'd had just more spiritedness, he'd have been a wickeder man. For what is there to give a man sense in a rearing like that? If he'd been a wickeder man, I'd have had more fear to do with him the thing I did. But he was just a good sort of creature without sense enough to keep steady, or to know what the children were wanting. Not a notion he hadn't, but they'd got all they needed, and I had it in me to better them. Will you dare to say that I hadn't? After Terry O'Brien went, I had them all set out in the world, married or put to work with the best and all they've got ahead. All but O'Brien's eldest son. Every one of them had got ahead of things. I couldn't put spirit into him, as I could into the littler ones, and into the girls. Well, but he's the only black sheep of the 7, for 2 of them died. All that's living but him are doing well. Doing well, she nodded her head in triumph. And their children are doing better than them, as ought to be. Some of them ladies and gentlemen. Real quality. Oh, you needn't think that I don't know the difference. Some thought expressed in his face has evidently made its way with speed to her brain. My daughter that lives here is all well enough, and her girl handsome and able to make her way, but I tell you there's some of my grandchildren that's as much above her in the world as she is above poor Terry O'Brien. Young people that speak soft when they come to see their poor old granny and read books. Oh, I know the difference. Oh, I know very well. Not but what my daughter here is well-to-do, and there's not one of them all but has a respect for me. She nodded triumphantly, and her eyes flashed. They know. They know very well how I set them out in the world, and they come back for advice to me, old as I am, and say that I want for nothing. I've been a good mother to them, and a good mother makes good children and grandchildren too." There was another pause in which she breathed hard. The priest grasped the point of the story. He asked, "What became of O'Brien?" "I drowned him." The priest stood up in a rigid and clerical attitude. "I tell ye, I drowned him." She had changed her attitude to suit his, and with the supreme excitement of telling what she had never told, there seemed to come to her the power to sit erect. Her eagerness was not that of self-vindication. It was the feverish exaltation with which old age glories over bygone achievement. "I never had thought of it if it hadn't been O'Brien himself that put it into my head." But the children had a dog. 'Twas little enough they had to play with, and the beast was useful in his way too, for he could mind the baby at times, but he took to ailing. Like enough it was from want of food, and I was for nursing him up a bit and bringing him round, but O'Brien said that he'd put him into the canal. 'Twas one Sunday he was at home sober, for when he was drunk I could handle him so that he couldn't do much harm. So I says, "And why is he to be put in the canal?" Says he, "Because he's doing no good here." So says I, "Let the poor beast live, for he does no harm." Then he says, "But it's harm he does taking the children's meat and their place by the fire." And says I, "Are you not afraid to hurry an innocent creature into the next world? For the dog had that since he was like one of the children to me." Then said Terry O'Brien, for he had a wit of his own, "And if he's an innocent creature, he'll fare well where he goes." Then says I, "He's done his sins, like the rest of us, no doubt." Then says he, "The sooner he's put where he can do no more, the better." So with that he put a string round the poor thing's neck and took him away to where there was holes in the ice of the canal, just as there is today, for it was the same season of the year, and the children all cried, and I thinks to myself, if it was a dog that was going to put their father into the water, they would cry less, for he had a peevish temper in drink, which was most of the time. So then I knew what to do. 'Twas for the sake of the children that were crying about me that I did it, and I looked up to the sky and I said to God and the holy saints that for Terry O'Brien and his children 'twas the best deed I could do. And the words that we said about the poor beast rang in my head, for they fitted to O'Brien himself, every one of them. So you see, it was just a time when the ice was still thick on the water, 6 inches thick maybe, but where anything had happened to break it, the edges were melting into large holes. And the next night when it was late and dark I went and waited outside the tavern, the way O'Brien would be coming home. He was just in that state that he could walk, but he hadn't the sense of a child, and when we came by the canal, for there's a road along it all winter long, but there were places where if you went off the road you fell in, and there were placards up saying to take care. But Terry O'Brien hadn't the sense to remember them. I led him to the edge of a hole, and then I came on without him. He was too drunk to feel the pain of the gasping, so I went home. There wasn't a creature lived near for a mile then, and in the morning I gave out that I was afraid he'd got drowned, so they broke the ice and took him up. And there was just one person that grieved for Terry O'Brien. Many's the day I grieved for him, for I was accustomed to have him about me, and I missed him like, and I said in my heart, "Terry, wherever you may be, I have done the best deed for you and your children, for if you were innocent you have gone to a better place, and if it were sin to live as you did, the less of it you have on your soul, the better for you. And as for the children, poor lambs, I can give them a start in the world now that I am rid of you." That's what I said in my heart to O'Brien at first, when I grieved for him. And then the years passed, and I worked too hard to be thinking of him. And now, when I sit here facing the death for myself, I can look out my windows, there back, and see the canal, and I say to Terry again, as if I was coming face to face with him, that I did the best deed I could do for him and his. I broke with the Catholic Church long ago, for I couldn't go to confess, and many's the year that I never thought of religion. But now that I am going to die, I try to read the books my daughter's minister gives me, and I look to God and say that I have sins on my soul, but the drowning of O'Brien, as far as I know right from wrong, isn't one of them. The young priest had an idea that the occasion demanded some strong form of speech. "Woman," he said, "what have you told me this for?" The strength of her excitement was subsiding. In its wane, the afflictions of her age seemed to be let loose upon her again. Her words came out more thickly, her gaunt frame trembling the more, but not for one moment did her eye flinch before his youthful severity. "I hear that you priests are at it yet. Marry and marry and marry, that's what you teach the poor folks that will do your bidding, in order that the new country may be filled with Catholics, and I thought, before I died, I'd just let you know how one such marriage turned. And as he didn't come himself, you may go home and tell Father McLeod that, God help me, I have told you the truth." The next day, an elderly priest approached the door of the same house. His hair was grey, his shoulders bent. His face was furrowed with those benign lines which tell that the pain which has graven them is that sympathy which accepts as its own the sorrows of others. Father McLeod had come far because he had a word to say, a word of pity and of sympathy, which he hoped might yet touch an impenitent heart, a word that he felt was due from the church he represented to this wandering soul, whether repentance should be the result or not. When he rang the bell, it was not a young girl but her mother who answered the door. Her face, which spoke of ordinary comfort and good cheer, bore marks of recent tears. "Do you know," asked the father curiously, "what statement it was that your mother communicated to my friend, who was here yesterday?" "No, sir, I do not." "Your mother was yesterday in her usual health and sound mind?" he interrogated gently. "She was indeed, sir," and she wiped a tear. "I would like to see your mother," persisted he. "She had a stroke in the night, sir. She's lying easy now, but she knows no one, and the doctor says she'll never hear or see or speak again." The old man sighed deeply. "If I may make so bold, sir, will you tell me what business it was my mother had with a young man yesterday, or with yourself?" "It is not well that I should tell you," he replied, and he went away. End of section 3. Recording by Adrian Coe.
Section 4 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrei Borisenko, Toronto. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. A Taint in the Blood, Chapter 1. The curate was walking on the cliffs with his lady-love. All the sky was grey, all the sea was grey. The soft March wind blew over the rocky shore. It could not rustle the bright green weed that hung wet from the boulders, but it set all the tufts of grass upon the cliffs nodding to the song of the ebbing tide. The lady was the vicar's daughter. Her name was Violetta. "Let us stand still here," said the curate, "for there is something I must say to you today." So they stood still and looked at the sea. "Violetta," said the curate, "you cannot be ignorant that I have long loved you. Last night I took courage and told your father of my hope and desire that you should become my wife. He told me what I did not know, that you had already tasted the joy of love and the sorrow of its disappointment. I can only ask you now if this former love has made it impossible that you should love again." "No," she answered, "for although I loved and sorrowed then with all the strength of a child's heart, still it was only as a child, and that is past." "Will you be my wife?" said the curate. "I cannot choose but say yes. I love you so much." Then they turned and went back along the cliffs, and the curate was very happy. "But tell me," he said, "about this other man that loved you." "His name was Herbert. He was the squire's son. He loved me, and I loved him. But afterwards we found that his mother had been mad." Violetta paused, and turned her sweet blue eyes upon the sea. "So you could not marry?" said the curate. "No," said Violetta, casting her eyes downward, "because a taint of madness is a terrible thing." She shuddered and blushed. "And you loved him?" "Dearly." "Dearly," said Violetta, clasping her hands. "But madness in the blood is too terrible. It is like the inheritance of a curse." "He went away?" said the curate. "Yes, Herbert went away, and he died. He loved me so much that he died." "I do not wonder at that," said the curate, for you are very lovely, Violetta." They walked home hand in hand, and when they had said good-bye under the beech trees that grew by the vicarage gate, the curate went down the street of the little town. The shopkeepers were at their doors, breathing the mild spring air. The fishermen had hung their nets to dry in the market-place near the quay. The western cloud was turning crimson, and the steep roofs and the grey church tower absorbed in sombre colours the tender light. The curate was going home to his lodgings, but he bethought him of his tea, and turned into the pasture cook's by the way. "Have you any muffins, Miss Yeander?" he asked. "No, sir," said the portly wife of the baker in a sad tone. "They're all over." "Crumpets?" said he. "Past and gone, sir," said the woman with a sigh. She had a coarsely poetical cast of mind, and commonly spoke of the sale of her goods as one might speak of the passing of summer flowers. The curate was turning away. "I would make bold, sir," said the woman, "to ask if you've heard that we've let our second-floor front for a while. It's a great thing for us, sir, as you know, to have it let. Not that you'll approve the person as took it." "Oh," said the curate. "How's that?" "He's the new Jewish rabbi, sir. Being as they've opened the place of their heathenish worship again, it's been shut this 2 year for want of a Hebrew to read the language." "Oh, no, Miss Yeander. You're quite mistaken in calling the Jews heathens. The meeting place is down by the end of the street, sir, a squarish sort of house. It's not been open in your time. Likely you'll not know it. The new rabbi's been reading a couple of weeks to them. They do say it's awful queer." "Oh, indeed," said the curate. "What are their hours of service?" "Well, to say the truth, sir, they'll soon be at it now, for it's Friday at sunset. They've some antics or other in the place. The rabbi's just gone with his book." "I think I'll look them up and see what they're at," said he, going out. He was a thin, hard-working man. His whole soul was possessed by his great love for Violetta, but even the gladness of its success could not turn him from his work. When the day was over, he would indulge in brooding on his joy. Until then, the need of the world pressed. He stepped out again into the evening glow. The wind had grown stronger, and he bent his head forward and walked against it toward the west. He felt a sudden sympathy for this stranger who had come to minister in his own way to the few scattered children of the Jews who were in the town. He knew the unjust sentiment with which he would be surrounded as by an atmosphere. The curate was broad in his views. All nations and all people, thought he, lust for an excuse to deem their neighbours less worthy than themselves, that they might oppress him. This is a selfishness which is the cause of all sin and is the devil. When he got to this point in his thoughts, he came to a sudden stand and looked up. "But thank God," he said to himself, "the true life is still in the world, and as we resist the evil, we not only triumph ourselves, but make the triumph of our children sure." So reasoned the curate. He was a rather fanatical fellow. The people near him gave a good day when they saw him stop. All up and down the street the children played with shrill noises and pattering feet. The sunset cloud was brighter, and the dark peaked roofs of tile and thatch and slate, as if compelled to take some notice of the fire, threw back the red where, here and there, some glint of moisture gave reflection to the coloured light. He had come near the end of the town, and, where the houses opened, the red sky was fretted with dark twigs and branches of elm trees that grew on the grassy slope of the cliff. The elm trees were in the squire's park, and the curate looked at them sadly and thought of Herbert, who had died. Up a little lane at the end of the street he found the entrance to a low square hall. There was a small ante-room to the place of service, and in this a dull-looking man was seated, polishing a candlestick. He was a crossing sweeper by trade, and a friend of the curate. "Well, Issachar, so you've got your synagogue open again." The man Issachar made some sound meant for a response, but not intelligible. "How many Jews will be there in the town?" 20 that are the heads of families, and 2 grown youths," said Issachar. "That's enough to keep up a practice, for some of them will be rich." "Some are very rich," said Issachar, wrinkling his face with satisfaction when he said the word. "Then how is it you don't always keep up the service?" But Issachar had no explanation to give. He polished his candlestick the more vigorously, and related at some length what he knew of the present reader, which was, in fact, nothing, except that he was a foreigner and had only offered to read while he was visiting the town. "I have come for the service," said the curate. "Better not," said Issachar. "It's short tonight, and there'll not be many." The curate answered by opening the inner door and entering. There were some high pews up and down the sides of the room. There was a curtain at the farther end and a reading desk in the centre, both of which were enclosed in a railing ornamented by brass knobs, and in which were set high posts supporting gas lamps, 9 in all, which were lit either for heat or ceremony, and turned down to a subdued light. The evening light entered through the domed roof. Hebrew texts, which the curate could not decipher, were painted on the dark walls. He took off his hat reverently and sat down. There was no one there. He felt very much surprised at finding himself alone. To his impressible nervous nature it seemed that he had suddenly entered a place far removed in time and space from the everyday life with which he was so familiar. He sat a long time. It was cold, and the evening light grew dim, and yet no one came. Issachar entered now and then, and made brief remarks about sundry things as he gave additional polish to the knobs on the railing, but he always went out again. At length a side door opened, and the reader came in from his vestry. He had apparently waited in hope of a congregation, but now came in to perform his duty without their aid. Perhaps he was not so much disappointed as the curate was. It would have been very difficult to tell from looking at him what his emotions were. He was a large, stout man with a coarse brown beard. There was little to be seen of his face but the hair upon it, and one gathered the suggestion, although it was hard to know from what, that the man and his beard were not as clean as might be. He wore a black gown and an ordinary high silk hat, although pushed much further back on his head than an Englishman would have worn it. He walked heavily and clumsily inside the railing and stood before the desk, slowly turning over backward the leaves of the great book. Then, suddenly, he began to chant in the Hebrew tongue. His voice fell mellow and sweet upon the silence, filling it with a drowsy sound, as the soft music of a humble bee might suddenly fill the silence of a woodland glade. There was no thought, only feeling, conveyed by the sound. Issachar had gone out, and the Anglican priest sat erect, gazing at the Jew through the fading light, his attention painfully strained by the sense of loneliness and surprise. From mere habit he supposed the chant to be an introduction to a varied service, but no change came. On and on went the strange music like a potent incantation, the big Jew swaying his body slightly with the rhythm, and at long intervals came the whisper of paper with the turning of the leaf. The curate gazed and wondered until he forgot himself. Then he tried with an effort to recall who he was and where he was and all the details of the busy field of labor he had left just outside the door. He wished that the walls of the square room were not so thick, that some sound from the town might come in and mingle with the chant. He strained his ear in vain to catch a word of the Hebrew which might be intelligible to him. He wondered much what sort of man this Jew might be, actuated by what motives, impelled by what impulses to his lonely task. All the sorrow of a hope deferred through ages, and a long torture patiently borne seemed gathered in the cadence. Surely the man was no refined embodiment of the highest sentiment of the psalm. And still the soft rich voice chanted the unknown language, and the daylight grew more dim. The curate was conscious that again he tried to remember who he was, and where, and then the surroundings of the humble synagogue fell away, and he himself was standing looking at a jewel. It was a purple stone, oval-shaped and polished, perhaps about as large as a drop of dew which would hang in a harebell's heart. The stone was the color of a harebell, and there was a ray of light in it, as if in the process of its formation the jewel had caught sight of a star and imprisoned the tiny reflection forever within itself. The curate moved his head from side to side to see if the ray within the stone would remain still, but it did not, turning itself to meet his eye as if the tiny star had a life and a light of its own. Then he looked at the setting, for the stone was set in steel. A zigzag barred steel frame held it fast, and outside the zigzag bars there was a smooth ring, with some words cut upon it in Hebrew. The characters were very small. He knew, rather than saw, that they were Hebrew, but he did not know what they meant. All this time he had been stooping down, looking at this thing as if it lay very near the ground. Then suddenly he noticed upon what it was lying. There was a steel chain fastened to it, and the chain was around the neck of a woman who lay upon the earth. The jewel was upon her breast, but how white and cold the breast was! Surely there was no life in it, and he observed with horror that the garments which had fallen back were oozing with water, and that the hair was wet. He hardly saw the face. For a moment he thought he saw it, and that it was the face of a Jewess, young and beautiful, but the vision passed from him. The chant had ceased, and the rabbi was kissing his book. Very solemnly the Jew bowed himself 3 times and kissed the book. And then, in the twilight of the 9 dim lamps, he stumbled out and shut the door, without giving a glance to his one listener. As for the young Christian priest, he was panic-stricken. When our senses themselves deceive us, we are cut off from our cheerful belief in the reality of material things, or forced to face the unpleasant fact that we hold no stable relationship to them. He rushed out into the street. Issachar was at the entrance as he passed, and he fancied he saw the face of the reader peeping at him from the vestry window, but he crushed his hat hard down on his head and strode away, courting the bluster of the wind, striving by the energy of action to cast off the trance that seemed to enslave him. When he reached his own door, he found the baker's wife sitting on the doorstep. It was quite dusk. Perhaps that was the reason he did not recognize her at first. "Ah, sir, I found them 2 muffins lying unbeknown in a corner of the shelf, so I brought them round, thinking you mightn't have had your tea." "Muffins?" said the curate, as if he were not quite sure what muffins might be. Then he began to wonder if he really was losing his wits, and he plunged into a talk with the woman, saying anything and everything to convince himself that he was not asleep or mad. "Do you know, Mrs. Yender, that I am going to be married?" "Well, I am sure, sir," said she, curtsying and smiling. "It's a great compliment to me to hear it from your own lips. Not that it's unexpected. Miss Violetta's a sweet saint, just like her ma she is, and her ma's a saint if there ever was one. Mr. Higgs, the verger, says that to see her pray that length of time on her knees after the service is over in church is a touching sight. But I don't think Miss Violetta is like her mother," said the curate. "Well, no, sir, now that you mention it, perhaps she's not, at least not in looks. But, lor, sir, she's wonderful like her ma when it comes to paying a bill. Not but what they're to be respected for keeping an eye on the purse. I often tell Yender that if we were a bit more saving, just like the vicar's lady, we'd lay by a bit for our old age." "Yes, Mrs. Yender, yes. That would be an excellent plan," said the curate, fumbling with his latchkey in the door. "Suppose you come in and makes my tea for me, Miss Yender. I'm all alone tonight." "I bethought I might do that, sir, when I came along. Yender was in the shop, and I said, Mrs. Jones having gone to see her son, that you'd have no one, so I just say to Yender, I'll step round, and if I'm asked to make tea—" The curate lit his lamp and poked his fire, and the portly woman began to toast his muffins. The flame lit up the placid wrinkles on her face, and she knelt before it. "But I don't think Miss Violetta is in the least like her mother," said he again. "Lor, sir, don't you? Well, you ought to know best. They do say what's bred in the bone comes out in the flesh, but I'll be none the worse for you if she looks sharp after the spending. You're not much given to saving." The curate walked nervously up and down his small room. "Make the tea strong tonight," he said. "Mr. Higgs, the verger, do hate the vicar's lady, sir, he do, and make no mistake. But he says anybody could see with half an eye that she was a real saint. The subscriptions she puts down to missions and church restorings, it's quite wonderful." The curate ran his hand wearily through his hair. He felt called upon to say something. "I have the highest respect for Mrs. Moore," he began. "I know her to be a most devoted helpmeet to the vicar and a truly good woman. At the same time," he coughed, "at the same time, I should wish to say distinctly that after being niggardly in her own domestic affairs, which is unfortunately the case, I do not think that it adds to her stock of Christian virtues to give the money thus saved to church work." The curate cleared his throat. It was because he was flying from himself that he had let the woman talk until this speech of his had been made necessary. But at all times his humble friends in this town were well nigh irrepressive in their talk. This woman was in full tide now. "They do say, sir, there's a difference between honest saving and greed. Mr. Higgs sent to yender one day, says he, Mrs. Moore's folks far back made their money by sharp trading, and greed's in the family, and it's the worst sort of greed, for it grasps both at heaven and earth, both at this life and the heavenly, and, says he, no one could doubt that the lady's that way constituted that she couldn't cut a loaf of bread in half without giving herself the largest share, even if it were the bread of life." "My good Mrs. Yender," began the curate in stern rebuke. "Oh, no, sir, Mr. Higgs don't mean no harm. He only gets that riled at Mrs. Moore sometimes that he kind of lets off to Yender and me." "And I don't think, Mrs. Yender," said the curate for the third time, "that Miss Violetta is at all like her mother." "She's young yet, sir," said the woman. Then she went away, leaving the curate to interpret her last remark as he chose. End of section 4.
Section 5 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. A Taint in the Blood. Chapter 2. About a week after that there was a fine dinner given at the vicarage to welcome the curate into the family. The old squire was invited, but he refused to come. Violetta's mamma wrote and asked some of her relatives to come down from town. "Our chosen son-in-law is not rich," she wrote, "but he comes of an old family, and that is a great thing. Dear Violetta will, of course, inherit my own fortune, which will be ample for them, and his good connections, with God's blessing, will complete their happiness." So they came down. There was the vicar's brother, who was a barrister, and his wife. Then there were 2 sisters of Mrs. Moore, who were both very rich. One was an old maid, and one who was married to a dean. She brought her husband. "You see," said Violetta's mamma to the curate, "our relatives are all either law or clergy." There were very grand preparations made for the dinner, and Mrs. Higgs, the wife of the verger, came to the curate's rooms the day before and took away his best clothes, that she might see that they were well brushed for the occasion. She did up his collar and wristbands herself, and gave them a fine gloss. Higgs brought them back just in time for the dinner. "It's just about 5 years since they had such a turn-out at the vicarage," said Higgs in a crisp little voice. "Miss Violetta was 19 then. She'll be 24 now." "Yes," said the curate absently. "What was up then?" "'Twas a dinner much of a muchness to this. Mrs. Higgs, she was just reminding me of it, but that was in honour of Mr. Herbert, of the All. You have heard of him?" "Oh yes," said the curate. "All that was very sad." "The more so," said Higgs briskly, "that when it was broke off, Mr. Herbert died of love. He went to some foreign countries and took up with low company, and there he died. Squire hasn't held his head up straight since that day." "All that was before I came," said the curate very gravely, for he did not know exactly what to say. "Lord bless you, sir," said Higgs, "I was in no way blaming you. There's no blame attaching to any, that I know. Squire's wife was as mad as a hare. Miss Violetta, she cried her pretty eyes nigh out for Mr. Herbert. It's time she'd another." The curate went to the dinner, and it was a very fine affair indeed. Violetta wore a silk gown and looked charming. "She did not look a day older than she did when I saw her 5 years ago," said the dean to the curate, meaning to be very polite, but the curate did not smile at the compliment. "How fine your flowers are!" said the maiden aunt to Violetta. "Where did you get them, my dear?" "The squire sent them to me," said Violetta, with a droop of her eyelids, which made her look more charming than ever. Then they had dinner, and after dinner Violetta gave them some music. It was sacred music, for Mrs. Moore did not care for anything else. When the song was over, Mrs. Moore said to the curate, "It has been my wish to give dear Violetta a little gift as a slight remembrance of this happy occasion, and I thought that something of my own would be more valuable than—" Here the mother's voice broke with very natural emotion, and she pressed her handkerchief to her eyes. "You must excuse me," she murmured. "She is such a dear, such a very dear girl, and she is our only child." "Indeed, I can well understand," said he, with earnest sympathy. "Such a dear, such a very dear girl," murmured Mrs. Moore again. Then she rose and embraced Violetta and wept, and the aunts all shed tears, and the vicar coughed. Violetta's own blue eyes overflowed with very pretty tears. The curate felt very uncomfortable indeed, and said again that he quite understood, and that it was quite natural. The dean and the barrister both said what they ought. The dean remarked that these dear parents ought not to sorrow at losing a daughter, but rejoice at finding a son. The barrister pointed out that as the bride was only expected to move into the next house but one after her marriage, all talk of parting was really quite absurd. The vicar did not say anything. He rarely did when his wife was present. Then Mrs. Moore became more composed, and put a ring on her daughter's finger. The curate did not see the ring at the moment. He was leaning against the mantel-shelf, feeling very much overcome by the responsibility of his new happiness. "Oh, mamma, how lovely!" cried Violetta. "How perfectly beautiful!" "A star amethyst," said the barrister in a tone of surprise. "Is it a star amethyst indeed?" said the dean, looking over the shoulders of the group with his double eye–glass. "I am not aware that I ever saw one before. They are a very rare and beautiful sort of gem." "Where did you get it, sister Matilda?" asked the maiden aunt. Now, although Mrs. Moore was in a most gracious humour, she never liked being asked questions at any time. "I am surprised that you should ask me that, Eliza. I have had it for many years." "But you must have got it somewhere at the beginning of the years," persisted Eliza, who was of a more lively disposition. Mrs. Moore gave her a severe glance for the frivolous tone of her answer. "I was just about to explain that this stone has been lying for years among the jewellery which poor Uncle Ford bequeathed to me. I thought it a pity that such a beautiful stone should lie unnoticed any longer." "Oh, a great pity!" they all cried. "I should not have supposed that poor dear Uncle Ford possessed such a rare thing," said the wife of the dean. "It is very curious you never mentioned it before," said Eliza. But Eliza was not in favour. "Not at all," said Mrs. Moore. "I take very little interest in such things. Life is too short to allow our attention to be diverted from serious things by mere ornaments." "That is very true," said the dean. Violetta broke through the little circle to show her lover the ring. "Look," she said, holding up her pretty hand. "Isn't it lovely? Isn't mamma very kind?" The curate turned his eyes from the fire with an effort. He had been listening to all they said in a state of dreamy surprise. He did not wish to look at the stone, and the moment he saw it, he perceived it was what he had seen before. It was not exactly the same shade of purple, but it appeared to him that he had seen it before by daylight, and now the lamps were lit. It was the same shape and size, and the tiny interior star was the same. He moved his head from side to side to see if the ray moved to meet his eye, and he found that it did so. He looked at Violetta. How beautiful she was in her white gown, with her little hand uplifted to display the shining stone, and her face upturned to his. The soft warm curve of her delicate breast and throat, the red lips that seemed to breathe pure kisses and holy words, the tender eyes shining like the jewel, dewy, with the sacred tears she had been shedding, and the yellow hair, smooth, glossy, brushed saintly-wise on either side of the nun-like brow. All this he looked at, and his senses grew confused. The sad rise and fall of the Hebrew chant was in his ears again. The bright room and the people were not there. but the chant seemed in some strange way to rise up in folds of darkness and surround Violetta like a frame, and everything else was dark and filled with the music except Violetta, who stood there white and shining, holding up the ring for him to look at, and at her feet lay that other woman, wet and dead, with the same stone in the steel chain at her throat. "Isn't it lovely? Isn't mamma very kind?" Violetta was saying. "My dear, I think he is ill," said the vicar. They took him by the arm, putting him on a chair, and fetched water and a glass of wine. He heard them talking together. "I dare say it has been too much for him," said the dean. "Joy is often as hard to bear as grief." "He is such a fellow for work," said the vicar. "I never knew any one like him." The curate sat up quite straight. "Did any of you ever see an amethyst like this set in steel?" "In steel? What an odd idea!" said the maiden aunt. "He is not quite himself yet," said the dean in a low voice, tapping her on the shoulder. "I think it would be very inappropriate, indeed very wrong, to set a valuable stone in any of the baser metals," said Mrs. Moore. She spoke as if the idea were a personal affront to herself, but then she had an immense notion of her own importance, and always looked upon all wrong-doing as a personal grievance. "Whatever made you think of it?" asked Violetta. "I dare say it was rather absurd," said the curate, meekly. "By no means," said the barrister. "The idea of making jewellery exclusively of gold is modern and crude. In earlier times many beautiful articles of personal ornamentation were made of brass and even of iron." "Mamma," said Violetta, "I remember one day seeing a curious old thing in the bottom of your dressing-case. It looked as if it might be made of steel. It was a very curious old thing, chain and a pendant, with some inscription round it." "Did you?" said Mrs. Moore. "I have several old trinkets. I do not know to which one you refer." She made Violetta ring for tea. "I am sure you will be the better for a cup of tea," she said, turning to the curate. "I am quite well," he replied. "I think, if you will excuse me, I will walk home at once. The air will do me good." But they would not hear of his walking home. They made him drink tea and sit out the evening with them. Violetta gave them some more music, and they all made themselves exceedingly agreeable. When the evening was over, they sent the curate home in the carriage. Section 6 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. A Taint in the Blood. Chapter 3. The night was frosty, calm, and clear, and quite light, for the March moon was just about to rise from the eastern sea. When the carriage set him down at his own door, the curate had no mind to go in. He waited till the sound of the horses' feet had died away, and then he walked back down the empty street. The town was asleep. His footsteps echoed sharply from roofs and walls. He was not given to morbid fancies or hallucinations, and he was extremely annoyed at what had taken place. Twice in the last 8 days he had been the subject of a waking dream, and now he was confronted with what seemed an odd counterpart of his vision in actual fact. It was no doubt a mere coincidence, but it was a very disagreeable one. Of course, if he saw the old trinket described by Violetta, the chances were that it would be quite different from the setting of the stone which the dead woman wore. But even if the two were exactly the same, what difference could it make? A dream is nothing, and that which appears in a dream is nothing. The coincidence had no meaning. He turned by the side of the church, down the lane which led to the little quay. The tide was half-way up the dark weed, and the fishing-boats were drawn near to the quay, ready for the cruise at dawn. Their dark furled sails were bowing and curtsying to one another with all ceremony, like ghosts at a stately ball. To the east and south lay the sea, vacant, except that on the eastern verge stood a palace of cloud, the portals of which were luminous with the light from within, and now they were thrown open with a golden flash, and yellow rays shot forth into the upper heavens, spreading a clear green light through the deep midnight of the sky, where the other worlds wandered. Then the yellow moon came from her palace, wrapping herself at first with a mantle of golden mist, as if, Godiva-like, she shrank from loosening her garments. But the need of the darkling earth pressed upon her, and she dropped her covering and rode forth in nakedness. Everything was more lovely now, for there was light to see the loveliness. The bluff wind that came from the bosom of the sea seemed only to tell of a vast silence and a world asleep. The rocky shore, with its thin line of white breakers, stretched round to the west. About a mile away there was a rugged headland, with some crags at its feet, which had been broken off and rolled down into the sea by the frost-demon of bygone years. The smallest was farthest out, and wedged behind it and sheltered by it was the black hulk of a wrecked vessel. This outermost rock lay so that it broke the waves as they came against the wreck, and each was thrown high in a white jet and curl of spray, and fell with a low sob back into the darkness of the sea. The curate turned and walked toward the headland off the cliff path, where he had walked a week before with Violetta. The cliffs were completely desolate, except for some donkeys browsing here and there, their brown hair silvered by the frost. There was a superstition in the town that the place was haunted on moonlight nights by the spirit of a woman who had perished in the wreck. It had been a French vessel, wrecked 5 years before, and all on board were drowned, 6 men and 1 woman, the wife of the skipper. They had all been buried in one grave in the little cemetery that was on top of the headland, and it was easy to see how the superstition of the haunting came about, for as the curate watched the spray on the rock near the wreck rise up in the moonlight and fall back into the sea, he could almost make himself believe that he saw in it the supple form of a woman with uplifted hands, praying heaven for rescue. The wind was pretty rough when he got to the head of land, and he walked up among the graves to find a place where he might be sheltered, and yet have advantage of the view. He knew that close by the edge of the cliff, over the grave of the shipwrecked people, stood a marble cross, large enough to shelter a man somewhat, if he leaned against it. Upon this cross was a long inscription, giving a touching account of the wreck, and stating that it was erected by Matilda Moore, wife of the vicar, out of grief for the sad occurrence, and with an earnest prayer for the unknown bereaved ones. The curate was rather fond of reading this inscription, as we all are apt to be fond of going over words which, although perfectly familiar to us, still leave some space for curiosity concerning their author and origin, and he was wondering idly, as he walked, whether there would be light enough from the moon to read them now. The wind came, like the moonlight, from the south-east, and he walked round by the western side of the graveyard in order to come up the knoll on which the cross stood by the sheltered side. Everything around him was intensely bleak and white, for the moon, having left the horizon, had lost her golden light, and the colouring of the night had toned down to white and purple. Patches of wild white cloud were scudding across the pallid purple sky beneath the stars, and there was a silver causeway across the purple sea. The purple was not unlike that of an amethyst. The cliffs sloped back to the town. The boats and peaked roofs and church tower were seen by the sharp outline of their masses of light and shade. The street lamps were not lit in the town because of the moon, and only in 2 or 3 places there was the warm glow of a casement fringed with the rays of a midnight candle. To the left of the cliffs, close to the town, were the trees of the squire's park and the roof of the hall. Perhaps it was because the curate was looking at these things as he walked among the graves, that he did not look at the monument towards which he was making his way, until he came within half a dozen yards of it. Then he suddenly saw that there was another man leaning against it, half hid in the shadow. He stopped at once, and stood looking. The man had thrown his arms backward over the arms of the cross, and was leaning, half hanging, upon it. The young priest was inexpressibly shocked and startled by the attitude. He knew that none of the humbler inhabitants of the town would venture near such a place at such a time, nor could he think of any one else who was likely to be there. Besides, although he could not see the stranger distinctly, he himself was standing in full moonlight, and yet the man in the shadow of the cross made no sign of seeing him. At that moment he would gladly have gone home without asking further question, but that would have looked as if he were afraid. He tried a chance remark. "It's a fine night," he said, as lightly as might be. "Yes," said the other, and moved his arms from the arms of the cross. It was only one word, but the curate recognized the soft voice at once. It was the Jewish rabbi. "I was at one of your services the other day," he said, advancing nearer. "Yes." "I felt sorry your people did not turn out better." There was no answer. "It is a very cold wind," said the curate. "I hardly know why I came out so far." "Shall I tell you?" asked the Jew softly. He spoke good English, but very slowly, and with some foreign accent. "Certainly, if you can." "I desired very much to see you." "But you did not tell me, so that could not be the reason." "Your will could not influence my mind. I assure you I came of my own free will. It would be terrible if one man should be at the mercy of another's caprice." "Be it so. Let us call it chance, then. I desired that you should come, and you came." "But you do not think that you have a power over other men like that?" "I do not know. I find that with some men such correspondence between my will and their thoughts and actions is not rare. But I could not prove that it is not chance. It makes no difference to me whether it be chance or not. I have been thinking of you very much, desiring your aid, and twice you have come to me, as you say, of your own free will." "If you have such a power, you may be responsible for a very disagreeable dream I had in your synagogue the other day." "What was the dream?" "Nay, if you created it, you should be able to tell me what it was." "I have no idea what it was. If I influenced your imagination, I did so unconsciously." There was about this Jew such a complete gentleness and repose, such earnestness without eagerness, such self-confidence without self-assertion, that the curate's heart warmed to him instinctively. "I believe you are an honest Christian," said the Jew very simply. "I hope honest Christians are not rare." "I think a wholly honest man is very rare, because to see what is honest it is necessary to look without self-interest or desire." "I am certainly not such a man. The most I can say is that I try to be more honest every day." "That is very well said," said the Jew. "If you had believed in your own honesty, I should have doubted it." Then, in a very simple and quiet way, he told the curate a strange story. He said that he lived in Antwerp. They were 5 in one family, the parents, a sister and brother, and himself. His father and brother did business with the English ships, but he was a teacher and reader in the synagogue. There had been in their family a very sacred heirloom in the form of an amulet or charm. Their forefathers had believed that it came from Jerusalem before their nation lost the Holy City. But he himself did not think that this could be true. He only knew that it was ancient, and possessed very valuable properties, as a talisman to those who knew how to use it. About 5 years before, his sister, who was beautiful and wayward, had loved and married a French sea captain. The father cursed his daughter, but the mother could not let her go from them under the fear of this curse, and she hung the amulet about her neck as a safeguard. Alas for such safeguard! In a few weeks the captain's ship was wrecked, and all on her were drowned. He said that it was that same ship which lay near them, a wreck among the waves, and his sister lay buried beneath their feet. The family did not hear of the wreck till some time after the burial, and then they knew for the first time what their mother had done with the amulet. His brother came over at once to this town to seek it, but in vain. The people said they had not seen the necklace, that it had certainly not been buried with the girl. The people seemed simple and honest. The brother was a shrewd man, and he believed that they spoke the truth. He returned home in distress. They could not tell what to think, for they knew their sister would not have dared to take off the necklace, and the chain was too strong to be broken by the violence of the waves. Some months after, they heard that there was a young Englishman dying in Antwerp who came from this town. The name of the town was graven on their hearts, and they went to see him. He was a mere boy, a pretty boy, and when they asked him about the wreck, he became excited in his weakness and fever, and told them all the story of it as he had seen it with his own eyes. It was an October afternoon. A storm had been lowering and partially breaking over the town for 3 days, and that day there was a glare of murky light from the cloud that made the common people think that the end of the world was come. When the ship struck, the fisher people ran out of the town to the shore nearest her, and this boy would have run out with them and been among the foremost, but that a very pious and charitable lady of the place had besought him to take her with him. There was a great rain and wind, and it was with difficulty that he led the lady out and helped her down to the shore. By that time the wreck had been dashed to pieces, and the fishermen were bringing in the dead bodies of the crew. There was a woman among them, and when they brought her body in, they did not lay it with the bodies of the sailors, but carried it respectfully, and laid it close to the lady, who stood in the shelter of some rocks. The wet clothes had fallen back from her breast. The boy remembered it well, for it had been his first sight of death, and his heart was touched by the girl's youth and beauty. He had not seen her again, for he had gone to help with the boats, and the fishermen's wives had run at the lady's bidding and brought coverings to wrap her in. The Jewish father then told the dying man about the amulet. He said that, to the best of his memory, some such thing had been about the neck of the dead girl, but that he was certain that none of the fisher people would have been bad enough to steal from the dead. They entreated him to think well what he said, and to consider again if there was no doubtful character there who might have had the opportunity and the baseness to commit the crime. At that the dying man fell into profound thought, and when he looked at them again the fever flush had mounted to his face, and there was a light in his eyes. He told them that if there was any one upon the shore that day who would have done such a thing, it was the very rich and pious lady that he himself had taken to the wreck. She had been alone with the body, when she sent the other women for wrappings. They thought that perhaps his mind was wandering, and left him, promising to return next day. But when they came again, he was dead. "I have learned since I came here," said the Jew, "that he was the son of the old man who lives in the great house down there among the trees." They both looked down at the park. The leafless elms stood up like giant feathers in the white mist of the moonbeams, and the chimney-stacks of the house threw a deep shadow on the shining roof. "But we felt," said the Jew, "that even if the judgment of the dying boy were a true one, and this lady had committed the crime, we still had no evidence against her, and that whoever was wicked enough to steal would certainly deny the act, and conceal that which was stolen. Hopeless as it seemed to wait, doing nothing, our only chance of redress would be lost by making any inquiry which might frighten her. We sent a message to the goldsmith in London who mends her jewels, asking him to watch for this necklace, and so we waited. At last we heard news. An amethyst, which we do not doubt is ours, came to the goldsmith to be put in a ring, but there was no necklace with it. I came here to see if I could do something, but I have been here for some time and can devise no plan. If she still possessed the other part, to speak would be to cause its destruction. And how can I find out, without asking, if she still has by her the thing that would prove her crime? Do not be angry with me when I tell you this. Remember, it was not I who presumed to suspect the wife of your priest, but the English boy who knew her well. Yes, said the curate, I shall remember that. He had grown tired of standing in the wind, and had sat down on the frosty grass below the cross. The blast was very cold, and he crouched down to avoid it, hugging his knees with his hands. "You are about to be united to the family," said the Jew. "Perhaps you have seen the stone. Will you, for the sake of that justice which we all hope for, try to find out for me if the other part of the amulet still exists? I will give you a drawing of it, and if you find it as I describe, you will know that my tale is true. Remember this, that we have no wish to make the wrong public or punish the wrongdoer. We only want to obtain our property." "Have you got a drawing of it now?" "Yes, I have it here." The curate rose up and took the paper. He lit a match, and held its tiny red flame in the shelter of the stone. The paper was soiled and untidily folded, but the drawing was clear. It took but a glance to satisfy him that what he had seen in his dream was but the reflection in his own thought of the idea in the Jew's mind. He did not stop to ask any explanation of the fact. The fact itself pressed too hard upon him. While the match was still burning, he mechanically noticed the Jew's face as it leaned over the paper near his own. Not a handsome face, but gentle and noble in its expression. Then the match went out. It dropped from his hand, a tiny spark, into the grass, and for a moment illuminated the blades among which it fell. Section 6.
Section 7 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrei Borisenko, Toronto. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. A Taint in the Blood. Chapter 4. The two men walked back over the bleak cliffs together, and for the greater part of the way in silence. At last the curate spoke. He told the Jew quite truly that he believed the vicar's wife had his jewel, and that he supposed she must have come by it according to his worst suspicions. "But," he added, "I believe she is a good woman." The other looked at him in simple surprise. "That is very curious," he said. "Let us not try to find out her secret by prying. Let us go to her tomorrow, and tell her openly what we think. You fear that she will deny her action. I have no such fear. And if she does not stand our test, I give you my word for it, you shall not be the loser." "I have put my case in your hands," said the Jew. "I will do as you say." They turned into the sleeping town, and when they reached the place of parting, the curate put his hand on the Jew's arm and said, "I should not have your forbearance. If someone unconnected with myself had wronged me so, at the same time making profession of religion, I should think she deserved both disgrace and punishment." "And that she shall have, but not from us," he replied.
The sin will surely be visited on her and on her children." "Surely not on the children," said the curate. "You cannot believe that. It would be unjust." "You have seen but little of the world if you do not know that such is the law. The vagabond who sins from circumstances may have in him the making of a saint, and his children may be saints. But with those who sin in spite of the good around them, it is not so. For them and for their children is the curse." "God cannot punish the innocent for the guilty," said the priest passionately. "Surely not, for that is the punishment, that they are not innocent. The children of the proud are proud, the children of the cruel, cruel, and the children of the dishonest are dishonest unto the third and fourth generation. Fight against it they may. They cannot see the difference between right and wrong. They can only, by struggling, come nearer to the light. Do you call this unjust of God? Is it unjust that the children of the mad are mad, that the children of the virtuous, virtuous? You take from us responsibility if we inherit sin. Nay, I increase responsibility. If we inherit obliquity of conscience, we are more responsible for acting not as seems right in our own eyes, the more bound to restrain and instruct ourselves. For by this doctrine is laid upon us the responsibility of our children and children's children, that they may be better, not worse, than we." All night long the curate paced up and down his room. The dawn came, and he saw the fishermen hurry away to the boats at the quay. The sunrise came with its dull, transient light upon the rain-cloud. When the morning advanced, he went for the Jew, and they walked down the street in the driving rain. The wet paving stones and roofs reflected the grey light of the clouds which hurried overhead. The ruddy, twigged beech trees at the vicarage gate were shaken and buffeted by the storm. The two men shook their dripping hats as they entered the house. They were received in a private parlour, which was filled with objects of art and devotion. Very blandly did the good wife of the vicar greet them, yet with business-like condescension. The Jew, in a few very simple words, told the story of his sister's death and the loss of the amulet. He told the peculiar value of the amulet, and added, "I have reason, madam, to believe that it has come into your possession. If so, and if you have it still by you, I entreat that you will give it to me at once, for to you it can only be a pretty trinket, and to us it is like a household god." She looked at the Jew with evident emotion. "I cannot tell you how it grieves me to hear you speak as if you attributed to any inanimate object the saving power which belongs to God alone," she said. "Think for a moment, only think, how dishonouring such a superstition is to the Creator." "Madam," said the Jew in utmost surprise. "Consider how wrong such a superstition is," she said. "What virtue can there be in a stone, or a piece of metal, or an inscription? None. They are as dead and powerless as the idols of the heathen, and to put the faith in any such thing that we ought to put in God's providence is to dishonour him. It grieves me to think that you, or any intelligent man, could believe in such a superstition." "Madam," said the Jew again, "these things are as we think of them. You think one way, and I think another." "But you think wrongly. I would have you see your error and turn from it. Can you believe in the Christian faith, and yet—" "I am a Jew," he said. "A Jew!" she exclaimed. She began to preach against that error also, entering into a long argument in a dull, dogmatic way, but with an earnestness which held the two men irresolute with wonder and surprise. "It would seem, madam," said the Jew, after she had talked much, that you desire greatly to set an erring world to rights again." "And should we not all desire that?" she asked, unconscious of the irony. "For what else are we placed in the world but to pass on to others the light that God has entrusted to us?" "I verily believe, madam," said he seriously, "that you think exactly what you say, and that you desire greatly to do me good. But, putting these questions aside, will you tell me if you have this ornament which I venerate?" "Yes, I have it." "You took it from the breast of my sister when she lay dead upon your shore?" "I unfastened it from her neck, and have kept it with the greatest care. It was an ornament which was quite unsuitable to your sister's station in life. I could not have allowed any of our poor women to see such a valuable stone on the neck of a girl like themselves in station. It would have given them false ideas. And I am careful to teach them simplicity in dress. In England we do not approve of people of your class wearing jewellery." The curate put his hands on the table and bowed his head on his hands. "Be that as it may," said the Jew, rising, "I will thank you if you will give me my property now, and let me go." "I cannot give it to you." She was a little flustered in her manner, but not much. "It would be against my conscience to give you what you would use profanely. Providence has placed it in my care, and I am responsible for its use. If I gave it to you, it would be tempting you to sin." He sat down again and looked at her with wonder in his soft brown eyes. "You have had the stone taken out," he said, "and set in a ring." "Yes, and I have given it to my daughter, so that it is no longer mine to return to you. You must be aware that the marble cross stone I set up over your sister's grave cost me much more than the value of this stone. I am very much surprised that you should ask me to give it back. Surely any real feeling of gratitude for what I did for her would prompt you to be glad that you have something to give me in return." She paused, then harped again upon the other string. "But under any circumstances I could not feel justified in giving you anything that you would put to a bad use." "That you have stolen my property does not make it yours to withhold, whatever be your sentiments concerning it." "Stolen? I do not understand you when you use such a word. Do you think it is possible that I should steal? I took the chain from your sister's neck with the highest motives. Do not use a word as stolen in speaking to me." "Truly, madam," he said, "you could almost persuade me that you are in the right, and that I insult you." She looked at him stolidly, although evidently not without some inward apprehension. It was a piteous sight, the poor distorted reasoning faculty grovelling as a slave to the selfish will. "I cannot give you back the amethyst," she said, "for I have given it away. But if you will promise me never again to regard it as having any value as an amulet or talisman, I will give you the necklace, and I will pay you something to have another stone put in it." The curate looked up. "Give him the necklace and Violetta's ring," he said, "and we will go." A man had arisen within the curate who was stronger than his self-control. They might have argued with her forever. He frightened her into compliance. He took her by the arm and turned her to the door. "There is not a man, woman, or child in this town," he said, "who shall not hear of this affair if you delay another moment to get him the chain and the ring. It is due to his charity if the matter is concealed then." When she was gone, the Jew was disposed to make remarks. "I truly believe," he said, "that it is as you say, that this woman is very virtuous in the sight of her own conscience." A servant brought them a packet. The Jew opened it, taking out the chain and the ring reverently and putting them in his breast. Then they went out into the wind and rain. The Jew went to his native city, and the curate accompanied him as far as London. There he said good-bye to him as to a friend. He did not return at once to his parish, but found a substitute to do his work there, and went inland for a month, seeking by change and relaxation to attain to the true judgment of calm pulses and quiet nerves. It was in April and in Lent that he returned. Higgs, the irrepressible, received him with joy. "It's you that are the good sight for sore eyes," he said. "Not but what we've been having an uncommon peaceful time for Lent. The vicar's lady, she's took bad and took to bed." The curate reproved the wicked Higgs, but he inquired after the health of the invalid. "I hope Mrs. Moore is not very ill." "Bless you, no, sir. She's all in hearty. Cook says she's sure she's fell out with someone. That's her way. She takes to bed when she's fell out with anyone. It makes them repent of their sins." A soft grey mist lay over land and sea. The church and vicarage were grey and wet. The beeches at the vicarage gate had broken forth in a myriad buds of silver green, and all the buds were tipped with water, and the grey stems were stained and streaked. The yew trees in the churchyard were bedewed with tiny drops. At the little gate that led from the vicarage into the churchyard, between the yew trees and the beeches, the curate waited for Violetta, after evensong. She came out of the old grey porch, and down the path between the graves and the yew trees with her prayer-book in her hand. She looked like an Easter lily that holds itself in bud till the sadness of Lent is past. So pure, so modest, such a perfect thing from the hand of God. She stopped and started when she saw her lover, and then greeted him with a little smile, but blent with some reproachful dignity. "I'm glad you have come at last, for I've been waiting to speak to you. Poor mamma has been very poorly and ill. It has grieved her very much indeed that you should have so misunderstood her motives, and treated her so rudely. Mamma takes things like that most deeply to heart." "She told you why I treated her rudely?" "Yes, she told me. But she did not tell Papa anything about it. It will only vex Papa and do no good. Mamma told me to tell you that she had made up her mind to forgive you, and to say no more about it, although she was deeply grieved that you should have so misunderstood her." "Yes," said the curate vaguely, for he did not know what else to say. "Of course, as to the necklace, it may be a matter of opinion as to whether Mamma judged rightly or not, but no one who knows her could doubt that her one desire was to do what was right. It is quite true what she says, that the stone is most unsuitable to the station of those people. Everyone says that the man was a very common, vulgar-looking person, and, of course, to regard such a thing with superstitious veneration is a very great sin, from which she saved them as long as she kept it. Mamma says, of course, she ran the risk of being misunderstood in acting as she did, but she thought it her duty to run that risk if by that means she could save anything that God entrusted to her keeping from being misused. You know what Mamma is. There's nothing she would not do if she thought it right." "Yes," he said again, as though simply admitting that he had heard what she said. "So I think we had better not say anything more about it. I know you will see that it is wisest to say nothing to Papa or anyone else. People think so differently about such things, and that it would only cause needless argument, and give poor Mamma more pain when she has already suffered so much. You may trust me. I will never mention the matter to your father, or to anyone else. No one shall ever hear of it through me. I was sure you would see that it is wisest not to. I told Mamma so. When she's better, and you have shown her that you regret having misunderstood her, we shall all be very happy again." She held up her pretty face for a kiss. No one could see them except the chattering starlings in the church tower, for they stood in the soft mist between the dewy yew trees and the red budding hedge of the vicarage lawn. The beech trees stretched out with their graceful twigs above them. The starlings talked to one another rather sadly, and far off, through the stillness of the mist, came the sound of the tide on the shore. The curate was very pale and grave. His tall frame trembled like a sick woman's as he stooped to give Violetta that kiss. He took her hands in his for a moment, and then he clasped her in his arms, lifting her from the grass and embracing her in a passion of tenderness and love. Then he put her from him. "Violetta, it is amiable of you and loyal to excuse and defend your mother, but tell me, as you speak before God, that you do not think as you have spoken. You are a woman now.
with a soul of your own, tell me you know that to take this necklace and to keep it secretly was a terrible sin. Indeed, with candour, I do not think anything of the sort. I think it is wicked of you to slander Mamma in that way. And if you want to know what I think, with temper now, I think it was most unkind of you to give away my ring. After it had been given to us on such an occasion, too, it was priceless to us. But we could easily have paid that vulgar man all it was worth to him.
I will not argue with you. I perceive now that would do me no good. There was a heartbroken tone in his voice that frightened Violetta. I will only say— "What?" she asked. The thin, sharp sound in her voice was a note of alarm. "I will not marry you." "Not marry me!" she exclaimed in astonishment. "I love you. I shall always love you. No other woman shall ever be my wife, but I will never marry you, and I shall go away and leave you free to forget me."
"But why? What have I done?" she asked, her breath catching her tones. "You have done nothing, my poor, poor girl. But, oh, my darling, I would gladly die if by dying I could open your eyes to see the simple integrity of unselfishness. It is very absurd for you to speak of unselfishness at the very moment when you are selfishly giving me so much pain," she cried, defiant. He bent his head and covered his face with his hands. She stood and looked at him, her cheeks flushed and her breast heaving with a great anger. "Goodbye, Violetta," he said, and turned slowly away. "I never heard of anything so dishonourable," she cried. And that was what the world said. The curate was in disgrace with society for the rest of his life.
End of section 7.
Section 8 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. Hath not a Jew eyes? Mr. Saintou the hairdresser was a Frenchman. Therefore his English neighbours regarded him with suspicion. He was also exceedingly stout, and his stoutness had come upon him at an unbecomingly early age, so that he had long been the object of his neighbours' merriment. When to these facts it is added that, although a keen and prosperous business man, he had attained the age of 50 without making any effort to marry, enough would have been said to show why he was disliked. Why was he not married? Were English women not good enough for him? The pretty milliner across the street had been heard to remark in his presence that she should never refuse a man simply because he was a foreigner. Or if he did not want an English wife, why did he not import one from Paris with his perfumes? No, there was no reason for his behaviour, and Mr. Saintou was the object of his neighbours' aversion. Neighbours are often wrong in their estimates. In the heart of this shrewd and stout French hairdresser there lay the rare capacity for one supreme and lasting affection. Mr. Saintou's love story was in the past, and it had come about in this way. One day, when the hairdresser was still a young man, not long after he had first settled in Albert Street, the door of his shop opened and a young woman came in. Her figure was short and broad, and she was lame, walking with a crutch. Her face and features were large and peculiarly frank in expression. Upon her head was a very large hat. When she spoke, it was with a loud staccato voice. Her words fell after one another like hailstones in a storm. There was no breathing space between them. "I want Mr. Saintou." "What may I have the pleasure of showing, madame?" "Good gracious, I told you I wanted to be shown Mr. Saintou. Are you Mr. Saintou? None of your assistance for me. I want my hair cut." The hairdresser laid his hand upon his heart as though to point out his own identity. He bowed, and as, even at that age, he was very stout, the effort of the bow caused his small eyes to shut and open themselves again. There was nothing staccato about the manner of the hairdresser. He had carefully cultivated that address which he supposed would be most soothing to those who submitted themselves to his operations. Very well, said the little lady, apparently satisfied with the identification. I want my hair cut. It is like a sheaf of corn. It is like a court train. It is like 7 horses' manes tied together if they were red. It is like a comet's tail. It is probable that the hairdresser only took in that part of this speech upon which he was in the habit of concentrating his attention, and that the force of the similes, which followed one another like electric shocks, escaped him altogether. He was about to show the new customer into the ladies' room, where his staid and elderly sister was accustomed to officiate, but she drew back with decision. No, not at all. I have come to have my hair cut by Mr. Saintou, and I want to have it done in the room with the long row of chairs where the long row of men get shaved every morning. I told my sister I should sit there. You have no men in at this time of the day, have you, Mr. Saintou? Now I shall sit here in the middle chair, and you shall wash my hair. My father is the baker round the corner. He makes good bread. Do you wash people's hair as well? Will you squirt water on it with that funny tube? Will you put it in my eyes? Now, I am up on the chair. Don't put the soap in my eyes, Mr. Saintou. Saintou was not a man easily surprised. Permit me, mademoiselle. Would it not be better to remove the hat? Mon Dieu! Holy Mary! What hair! For as the Eastern women carry their burdens on the crown of the head to ease the weight, so, when the large hat was off, it appeared that the baker's daughter carried her hair. Like the hair of a woman on a hair-restorer bottle, if it were red, remarked the girl in answer to the exclamation. No, mademoiselle, no, it is not red. Mon Dieu, it is not red. Holy Mary! It is the colour of the sun. Mon Dieu, what hair! As he untwined the masses, it fell over the long bib, over the high chair, down till it swept the floor in one unbroken flood of light. Wash it and cut it, and let me go home to make my father's dinner, said the quick voice with decision. My father is the baker round the corner, and he takes his dinner at 2. Is it that mademoiselle desires the ends cut? Asked the hairdresser, resuming his professional manner. Which ends? Which ends? He exclaimed, baffled. Mon Dieu, these ends! And he lifted a handful of the hair on the floor and held it before the eyes of the girl. Good heavens, no! Do you think I am going to pay you for cutting those ends? It's the ends at the top I want cut. Lighten it. That's what I want. Do you think I am a woman in a hairdresser's advertisement to sit all day looking at my hair? I have to get my father's dinner. Lighten it, Mr. Saintou. Cut it off. That's what I want. Mon Dieu, no. Saintou again relapsed from the hairdresser into the man. He, too, could have decision. He leaned against the next chair and set his lips very firmly together. By all that is holy, no, he said. You may get some villain Englishman to cut that hair, but me, never. You speak English very well, Mr. Saintou. Have you been long in the country? Well, wash the hair then, and be done. Don't put the soap in my eyes. Saintou was in ecstasies. He touched the hair reverently, as one would touch the garments of a saint. He laid aside his ordinary brushes and sponges, and going into the shop, he bought thence that was best and newest. Do not laugh at him. Have we not all, at some time in our lives, met with what seemed the embodiment of our ideal? Have we not set aside for the time our petty economies and reserves, and brought forth whatever we had that was best, of thought, or smiles, or vesture? Ah, mademoiselle, he said, to take care of such hair for ever, that would be heaven. I am a Frenchman. I have a soul. I can feel. Should you be afraid to die a sudden death, Mr. Saintou? Said the quick voice from the depths of a shower of water. Ciel, we do not speak of such things, mademoiselle. There will come a time, I know, when my hair will turn grey. Then, for the sake of my profession, I shall be obliged to dye it. There will come a time, after that, when I shall die. But we do not even think of these things. It is better not. But should you be afraid to die now? Persisted the girl. Very much afraid, said the hairdresser candidly. Then don't feel, Mr. Saintou. I never feel. I make it the business of my life not to feel. They tell me there is something wrong at my heart, and that if I ever feel either glad or sorry, I shall go off, pop, like a crow from a tree when it is shot, like a spark that falls into the water. The hairdresser meditated upon this for some time. He did not believe her. He had drawn the bright hair back now from the water, and was fondling it with his whitest and softest towels. Who was it that said to mademoiselle that her heart was bad? Good gracious, Mr. Saintou, my heart is not bad. I know my catechism, and go to church, and cook my father's dinner every day, and a very good dinner it is too. What put it into your head that I had a bad heart? Pardon, mademoiselle, I mistake. Who told mademoiselle that she was sick at heart? Good gracious heavens, I am not sick at heart. To be sure, my mother is dead, and my sister is ill, and my father is as cross as two sticks, but for all that I am not heart-sick. I like this world very well, and when I feel sad I put more onions into the soup. Saintou went on with his work for some time in silence. Then he tried again. You say I speak good English, and I flatter myself I have the accent very well, but what avails if I cannot make you understand? Was it a good doctor who said mademoiselle's heart was affected, touched, I might say? There was a shout of laughter from under the shower of gold. My heart touched! One would think I was in love. No, my heart is not touched yet, least of all by you, Mr. Saintou. Least of all by you, Mr. Saintou. She repeated his last rhyming couplet with a quaint musical intonation, as though it was the refrain of a song, and after her voice and laughter had died away, she went on nodding her head in time to the brushing, as if she was singing it over softly to herself. This distressed the hairdresser not a little, and he remained silent. What shall I pay you, Mr. Saintou? Said the little lady, when the large hat was once more on the head. If mademoiselle would but come again, said the hairdresser, putting both hands resolutely behind his back. When I come again, I shall pay you both for that time and this, she said, and with perhaps more tact than could have been expected of her. And if you want to live long, Mr. Saintou, don't feel. If I should feel, I should die off, quick, sharp, like a moth that flies into the candle. She made a little gesture with her hand as if to indicate the ease and suddenness with which the supposed catastrophe was to take place, and hobbled down the street. Saintou stood in the doorway looking after her, and his heart went from him. He sent her flowers that a duchess might have been proud to receive. He sent them more than once, and they were accepted. He argued much from that. He made friends with the baker, in order that he might bow to him morning and evening. Then he waited. He said to himself, She is English. If I go to see her, if I put my hand on my heart and weep, she will jeer at me. But if I wait, and work for her in silence, then she will believe. He made a parlour for her in the room above his shop, and every week, as he had time and money, he went out to choose some ornament for it. His maiden sister watched these actions with suspicion, threw scornful looks at when he observed her watchfulness, and lent a kindly helping hand when he was out of sight. The parlour grew into a shrine ready for its divinity, and the hairdresser worked and waited in silence. In this he made a mistake, but he feared her laughter. Meanwhile the girl also waited. She could not go back to the hairdresser's shop, lest she should seem to invite a renewal of those attentions which had given her the sweet surprise of love. The law of her woman's nature stood like a lion in the path. She waited through the months of the dreary winter, till the one gleam of sunshine which had come into the hard young life had faded, till the warmth it had kindled in her heart died, as a lamp's flame dies for lack of oil, died as a flower dies in the drought, died into anger for the man who had disturbed her peace, and when she thought she cared for him no more, she went again to get her hair cut. "You have come," said Saintou, but the very strength of his feeling made him grave. "Good gracious, yes, I have come to have my hair cut. You would not cut it when I was here, and I have been very poorly these 3 months. I could not come out, so the other day I had my sister cut it off. My father wanted to send for you, but I said no, and oh my, it looks just as if a donkey had come behind and mistaken it for hay." How quickly a train of thought can flash through the brain, Saintou asked himself if he loved the girl or the hair, and his heart answered very sincerely that the hair, divine as it was, had been but the outward sign which led him to love the inward grace of the girl. Mademoiselle ought not to have said no. I should have come very willingly, and would have cut her hair, if I had known it must be so. I made my sister cut it, but it's frightful. It looks as if one had tried to mow a lawn with a pair of scissors, or shear a sheep with a penknife. I will make all that right, said Saintou soothingly. I will make it all right. Just in a moment I will make it very nice. Yes, it was true. The hair was gone, and very barbarously it had been handled. I shall make it all right, he said cheerfully. I shall trim it beautifully for mademoiselle. Ah, the beautiful colour is there all the same. As red as a sunset or a geranium, she said. You do not believe that, sighed Saintou. He trimmed the hair very tenderly, and curled it softly round the white face, till it looked like a great fair marigold just beginning to curl in its petals for the night. He worked slowly, for he had something he wanted to say, and when his work was done, he summoned up courage and said it. He told her his hopes and fears. He told her the story blunderingly enough, but it had its effect. Mon Dieu, said Saintou, but he said it in a tone that made his sister, who was listening to every word through the door, leave that occupation and dart in to his assistance. Qu'elle est morte, was her brief stern comment, and so it was. The baker's daughter had felt, and she had died. This is not wholly unexpected, said the baker sadly, when he came to carry away the corpse of his daughter. We all expected it, said the neighbours. She had heart disease. And they talked their fill, and never discovered the truth it would have pleased them best to talk about. The short hair curled softly about the face of the dead girl as she lay in her coffin, and Saintou paid heavily for masses for her sweet soul. When they had laid her in the churchyard, he came home, and took the key, and went into the little parlour all alone. She had never seen it. She had never even heard of it. It is sad to bury a baby that is dead. It is sadder, if we but knew it, to bury in darkness and silence a child that has never lived. A joy that has gone from us forever is a jewel that trembles like a tear on sorrow's breast, but the brightest stars in her diadem are the memories of hopes that are passed away unrealized and untold. Ah, well, perhaps the gay trappings of the little room, by their daily influence on his life, drew him nearer to heaven. He gave the key to his sister afterwards, and they used the room as their own. But that day he locked himself in alone, and, hiding his face in the cushions of a chair, he wept, as only a strong man can weep. End of Section 8. Recording by Lisa Vanovich.
Section 9 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. A Commercial Traveller. Mademoiselle Zilda Chaplot keeps the station hotel at Saint-Armand in the French country. The hotel is like a wooden barn with doors and windows, not a very large barn either. The station is merely a platform of planks between the hotel and the rails. The railway is roughly made. It lies long and straight in a flat land, snow-clad in winter, very dusty in the summer sun, and its line is only softened by a long row of telegraph poles, which seem to waver and tremble as the eye follows their endless repetition into the distance. In some curious way the repetition lends to the stark road a certain grace. When Zilda Chaplot was young there were fewer wires on these telegraph poles, fewer railway lines opposite the station, fewer houses in Saint-Armand, which lies a half-mile away. The hotel itself is the same, but in those days it was not painted yellow, as it is now, and was not half so well kept. The world has progressed by 20 years since Mademoiselle was a girl, and, also, she owns the place herself now, and is a much better innkeeper than was her father. Mademoiselle Chaplot is a very active person, tall and somewhat stout. Her complexion is brown, her eyes are very black. Over them there is a fringe of iron-grey hair, which she does up in curl-papers every night, and which, in consequence, stands in very tight little curls all day. Mademoiselle Chaplot minds her affairs well. She has a keen eye to the main chance. She is sometimes sharp, a trifle fiery, but on the whole she is good-natured. There are lines about the contour of her chin, and also where the neck sweeps upward, which suggest a more than common power of satisfaction in certain things, such as dinners and good sound sleep, and good innkeeping. Yes, and in spring flowers, and in autumn leaves, and winter sunsets. Zilda Chaplot was formed for pleasure, yet there is no tendency latent in her which could have made her voluptuary. There are some natures which have so nice a proportion of faculties that they are a law of moderation to themselves. They take such keen delight in small pleasures that to them a little is enough. The world would account Mademoiselle Chaplot to have had a life of toil and stern limitations, a prosperous life, truly, for no one could see her without observing her prosperity, but still a hard, dry life. Even her neighbours, whose ideas of enjoyment do not soar above the Saint Armand level, think that her lot would be softer if she married. Many of the men have offered marriage, not with any disinterested motive, it is true, but with kindly intent. They have been set aside like children who make requests unreasonable, but so natural for them to make that the request is hardly worth noticing them. The woman relatives of these rejected suitors have boasted to Mademoiselle of their own domestic joys, and have drawn the contrast of her state in strong colour. Zilda only says "Chut!" or she lifts her chin a little, so that the pretty upward sweep of the neck is apparent, and lets them talk. Mademoiselle is not the woman to be turned out of her way by talk. The way of single blessedness is not chosen by Zilda Chaplot because of any fiction of loyalty to a quondam lover. Her mind is such that she could not have invented obligations for herself, because she has not the inventive faculty. No, it is simply this. Mademoiselle Chaplot loved once, and was happy. Her mind still hugs the memory of that happiness with exultant reserve. It is enough. She does not desire other happiness of that sort. When she looks out on the little station platform and sees the loungers upon it, once and again she lets her busy mind stop in its busyness to think of some one else she was once accustomed to see there. When she looks with well-practised critical eye down the hotel dining-room, which is now quite clean and orderly, when she is scolding a servant or serving a customer, her mind will revert to the room in its former rough state, and she will remember another customer who used to eat there. When spring comes, and far and near there is the smell of wet moss, and shrubs on the wide flat land shoot forth their leaves, and the fields are carpeted with violets, then Mademoiselle looks round and hugs her memories, and thinks to herself, "Ah, well, I have had my day." And because of the pleasant light of that day she is content with the pleasant twilight, satisfied with her good dinners and her good management. This is the story of what happened 20 years ago. Saint Armand is in the French country which lies between the town of Quebec and the townships where the English settlements are. At that time the railway had not been very long in existence. 2 trains ran southward from the large towns in the morning, and 2 trains ran northward to the large towns in the evening. Besides these, there was just one local train which came into Saint Armand at noon, and passengers arriving at noon were obliged to wait for the evening train to get on farther. There were not many passengers by this short local line. Even on the main line there was little traffic that affected Saint Armand, yet most of the men of the place found excuse of business or pleasure to come and watch the advent of the trains. The chief use of the station platform seemed to be for these loungers. The chief use of the bar at the hotel was to slake their thirst, although they were not on the whole an intemperate lot. They stood about in homespun clothes and smoked. A lazy but honest set of humble-minded French papists were the men at Saint Armand. It was on the station platform that Zilda Chaplot came out in society, as the phrase might be. She was not a child, for when her father took the place she was 24. There was red in her cheeks then, and the lashes of her eyes were long. Her hair was not curled, for it was not the fashion, but brushed smoothly back from broad, low brows. She was tall, and was not all thin. She was very strong, but less active in those days, as girls are often less active than women. When Zilda had leisure, she used to stand outside the hotel and watch the men on the platform. She was always calm and dignified, a little stupid, perhaps. She did not attract a great deal of attention from them. They were all French at St. Armand, but most of the strangers which chance brought that way spoke English, so that all the St. Armand folks could speak English also. Anything which is repeated at appreciable intervals has to occur very often before the unscientific mind will perceive the law of its repetition. There was a little red-haired Englishman, John Gilby by name, who travelled frequently that way. It was a good while before the loungers at the station remarked that upon a certain day in the week he always arrived by the local train and waited for the evening train to take him on to Montreal. It was, in fact, Gilby himself who pointed out to them the regularity of his visits, for he was of a social disposition, and could not spend more than a few afternoons at that dull isolated station without making friends with some one. He travelled for a firm in Montreal. It was his business to make a circuit of certain towns and villages in a certain time. He had no business at St. Armand, but fate and the ill-adjusted time-table decreed that he should wait there. This little red-haired gentleman, for a gentleman, in comparison with the St. Armand folk, he certainly was a thorough worldling in the sense of knowing the world somewhat widely, and corresponding to its ways, although not to its evil deeds. Indeed, he was a very good sort of man, but such a worldling, with his thick gold chain, and jaunty clothes, and quick way of adjusting himself to passing circumstances, that it was some time before his good-natured sociableness won in the least upon the station loungers. They held aloof, as from an explosive, not knowing when it would begin to emit sparks. He was short in stature, much shorter than the hulking fellows who stood and surveyed him through the smoke of their pipes, but he had such a cocky little way with him that he overawed them much more than a big man would have done. Out of sheer dullness he took to talking to Zilda. Zilda stood with her back against the wall. "Fine day," said Gilby, stopping beside her. "Oui, monsieur." Gilby had taken his cigar from his mouth and held it between two fingers of his right hand. Her countrymen commonly held their pipes between their thumb and finger. To Zilda, Gilby's method appeared astonishingly elegant, but she hardly seemed to observe it. "You have a flat country here," said he, looking round at the dry summer fields. "Rather dull, isn't it?" "Oui, monsieur." "Don't you speak English?" "Yes, sir," said Zilda. This was not very interesting for Gilby. He had about him a good deal of the modern restlessness that cannot endure 1 hour without work or amusement. He made further efforts to make up to the men. He asked them questions with patronizing kindness. He gave them scraps of information upon all subjects of temporary interest, with a funny little air of pompous importance. When by mere force of habit they grew more familiar with him, he would strut up and engage them in long conversations, listen to all they said with consummate good nature, giving his opinion in return. He was wholly unconscious that he looked like a bantam crowing to a group of larger and more sleepy fowls, but the Frenchman perceived the likeness. As the months wore on he did them good. They needed waking up, those men who lounged at the station, and he had some influence in that direction. Not much, of course, but every traveller has some influence, and his was of a lively and, on the whole, a beneficial sort. The men brought forth a mood to greet him which was more in correspondence with his own. When winter came the weather was very bleak. Deep snow was all around. Gilby disliked the closeness of the hotel, which was sealed to the outer air. "Whew!" he would say, "you fellows, let us do something to keep ourselves warm." And after much exercise of his will, which was strong, he actually had the younger men all jumping with him from a woodpile near the platform to see who could jump the farthest. He was not very young himself. He was about 30, and rather bald. The men who were with him were much younger, but he thought nothing of that. He led them on, and incited them to feats much greater than his own, with boisterous challenges and loud bravos. Before he jumped himself he always made mock hesitation for their amusement, swinging his arms, and apparently bracing himself for the leap. Perhaps the deep frost of the country made him frisky because he was not accustomed to it. Perhaps it was always his nature to be noisy and absurd when he tried to be amusing. Certain it was that it never once occurred to him that under the French politeness with which he was treated, under the sincere liking which they really grew to have for him, there was much quiet amusement at his expense. It was just as well that he did not know, for he would have been terribly affronted. As it was, he remained on the best of terms with them to the end. The feeling of amusement found vent in his absence in laughter and mimicry. Zilda joined in this mimicry. She watched the Frenchmen strut along the platform in imitation of Gilby, and smiled when their imitation was good. When it was poor, she cried, "No, ce n'est pas comme ça," and she came out from the doorway and showed them how to do it. Her imitation was very good indeed, and excited much laughter. This showed that Zilda had been waked into greater vivacity. 6 months before she could not have done so good a piece of acting. Zilda's exhibition would go farther than this. Excited by success, she would climb the woodpile, large and heavy as she was, and, standing upon its edge, would flap her arms and flutter back in a frightened manner and brace herself to the leap, as Gilby had done. She was aided in this representation by her familiarity with the habits of chickens when they try to get down from a high roost. The resemblance struck her. She would cry aloud to the men, "Voici, Monsieur Gilby, les poulettes qui la peur de descendre." The fact that at the thought of mimicking Gilby, Zilda was roused to an unwarranted glow of excitement showed, had any one been wise enough to see it, that she felt some inward cause of pleasurable excitement at the mention of his name. A narrow nature cannot see absurdity in what it loves, but Zilda's nature was not narrow. She had learnt to love Gilby in a fond, deep, silent way that was her fashion of loving. He had explained to her the principles of ventilation and why he disliked closed waiting-rooms. Zilda could not make her father learn the lesson, but it bore fruit afterwards when she came into power. Gilby had explained other things to her, small practical things, such as some points in English grammar, some points of taste in women's dress, how to choose the wools for her knitting, how to make muffins for his tea. It was his kindly, conceited, didactic nature that made him instruct whenever he talked to her. Zilda learned it all, and learned also to admire and love the author of such wisdom. It was not his fault, it was not hers. It was the result of his gorgeous watch-chain, and his fine clothes, and his worldly knowledge, and also of the fact that because of his strict notions and conceited pride it never occurred to him to be gallant or to make love to her. Zilda, the hotel-keeper's daughter, was accustomed to men who offered her light gallantry. It was because she did not like such men that she learned to love, rather the better word might be to adore, little John Gilby. From high levels of taste he would have been set to be, in external notions, a common little man, but from Zilda's standpoint, even in matters of outward taste he was an ideal, and Zilda, placed as she was, quickly perceived, what those who looked down upon him might not have discovered, that the heart of him was very good. "Mon Dieu, but he is good," she would say to herself, which was simply the fact. All winter long Gilby came regularly. Zilda was happy in thinking of him when he was gone, happy in expecting him when he was coming, happy in making fun of him so that no one ever suspected her affection. All that long winter, when the snow was deep in the fields and the engines carried snow-ploughs, and the loungers about the station wore buffalo coats, Zilda was very happy. Gilby wore a dogskin cap and collar and cuffs. Zilda thought them very becoming. Then spring came, and Gilby wore an Inverness cape, which was the fashion in those days. Zilda thought that little Gilby looked very fascinating therein, although she remarked to her father that one could only know he was there because the cape strutted. Then summer came, and Gilby wore light tweed clothes. The Frenchmen always wore their best black suits when they travelled. Zilda liked the light clothes best. Then there came a time when Gilby did not come. No one noticed his absence at first but Zilda. 2 weeks passed, and then they all spoke of it. Then someone in St. Armand ascertained that Gilby had had a rise in the firm in which he was employed, that he sat in an office all day and did not travel any more. Zilda heard the story told, and commented upon, and again talked over, in the way in which such matters of interest are slowly digested by the country intellect. Alas! Then Zilda knew how far she had travelled along a flowery path which, as it now seemed to her, led to nowhere. It was not that she had wanted to marry Gilby. She had not thought of that as possible. It was only that her whole nature summed itself up in an ardent desire that things should be as they had been, that he should come there once a week, and talk politics with her father and the other men, and set the boys jumping, and eat the muffins he had taught her to make for his tea. and if this might not be, she desired above all else to see him again, to have one more look at him, one more smile from him of which she could take in the whole value, knowing it to be the last. How carelessly she had allowed him to go, supposing that he would return! It was not her wish to express her affection or sorrow in any way. It was not her nature to put her emotions into words. But ah, holy saints, just to see him again, and at least take leave of him with her eyes. It was very sad that he should simply cease to come, yet that she knew was just what was natural. A man does not bid adieu to a railway station, and Zilda knew that she was, as it were, only a part of the station furniture. She resented nothing. She had nothing to resent. So the winter came again, and Christmas, and again the days grew longer over the snowfields. Zilda always looked for the sunsets now, for she had been taught that they were beautiful. She cultivated geraniums and petunias in pots at her windows, just as she had done for many winters, but she would stop oftener to admire the flowers now. The men had taken again to congregating in the hot, close bar-room, or huddling together in their buffalo coats, smoking in the outer air. Zilda looked at the woodpile, from which no one jumped now, with weary eyes. It had grown intolerable to her that now no one ever mentioned Gilby. She longed intensely to hear his name or to speak it. She dared not mention him gravely, soberly, because she was conscious of her secret which no one suspected. But it was open to her to revive the mimicry. "Voici Monsieur Gilby," she would cry, and pass along the station platform with consequential gait. A great laugh would break out from the station loungers. "Encore!" they cried, and Zilda gave the encore. There was only one other relief she found from the horrible silence which had settled down upon her life concerning the object of her affection. At times when she lay awake in the quiet night, or at such times as she found herself within the big stone church of St. Armand, she prayed that the good St. Anne would intercede for her, that she might see Monsieur Gilby once more. This big church of St. Armand has a great pointed roof of shining tin. It is a bright and conspicuous object always in that landscape. Under summer and winter sun it glistens like some huge lighthouse reflector. Ever since, whenever Zilda goes out on the station platform for a breath of air, for a moment's rest and refreshing, or, on business intent, to chide the loungers there, the roof of this church, at a half-mile's distance, twinkles brightly before her eyes, set in green fields or in a snow-buried world, and every time it catches her eye it brings to her mind more or less distinctly that she has in her own way tested religion and found it true, because the particular boon which she had demanded at this time was granted. It was a happy morn of May. The snow had just receded from the land, leaving it very wet, and spring was pushing on all the business she had to do with almost visible speed. The early train came in from Montreal as usual, and who should step out of it but Gilby himself? He was a little stouter, a little more bald, but he skipped down upon the platform, radiant as to smile, and the breath of his gold watch-chain, and attired in a check coat which Zilda thought was the most perfect thing in costume which she had ever beheld. In a flash of thought it came to Zilda that there would be more than a momentary happiness for her. "Ah, Monsieur Gilby, do you know that the river has cut into the line 3 miles away, and that this train can go no further till it is mended?" Gilby was distinctly annoyed. He had indeed left town by the earlier of the 2 morning trains in order to stop an hour and take breakfast at St. Armand. He had been glad of the chance of doing that, of seeing Chaplot and his daughter and the others, but to be stopped at St. Armand a whole day! He made exhibition of his anger, which Zilda took very meekly. Why had the affair not been telegraphed? Why were busy men like himself brought out of the city when they could not get out to do their work? There were other voices besides Gilby's to rail. There were other voices besides Zilda's to explain the disaster. In the midst of the babel Zilda slipped away to make muffins hastily for Gilby's breakfast. Her heart was singing within her, but it was a tremulous song, half dazed with delight, half frightened, fearing that with his great cleverness he would see some way to proceed on his journey, although she saw none. When she came out of the kitchen with the muffins in her hand, her sunshine suddenly clouded. Gilby, unconscious that a special breakfast was preparing for him, had hastily swallowed coffee and walked on to the site of the breakdown to see for himself how long the mending would take. It was as if one, looking through long hours for the ending night, had seen the sunrise, only to see the light go out suddenly again in darkness. Zilda felt that her heart was broken. Her disappointment grew upon her for an hour, then she could no longer keep back the tears. Because she had no place in which to weep, she began to walk away from the hotel down the line. There was no one to notice her going. She was as free to go and come as the wild canaries that hopped upon the budding bramble vines growing upon the railway embankment, or the blue-breasted swallows that sat on the telegraph wire. At first she only walked to hide her tears, then gradually the purpose formed within her to go on to the break in the road. There was no reason why she should not go to see the mishap. Truly there had been many a breakdown on this road before, and Zilda had never stirred foot to examine them, but now she walked on steadily. Her fear told her that Gilby might find some means of getting on to the next station. Some engine laden with supplies for the workmen from some other station might take him back with it. If so, what good would this her journey do? Ah, but perhaps the good God would allow her to see him first, or... Well, she walked on, reason or no reason. The sun was high, the blue of the sky seemed 100 miles in depth, and not wisp of feather or cloud in it anywhere. Where the flat fields were untilled they were very green, a green that was almost yellow, it was so bright. Within the strip of railway land a tangle of young bushes grew, and on every twig buds were bursting. About a mile back from the road, on either side, fir woods stood, the trees in close level phalanx. Everywhere over the land birds big and little were fluttering and flying. Zilda did not notice any of these things. She had only learned to observe two things in nature, both of which Gilby had pointed out to her: the red or yellow rose of the winter sunset, the depth of colour of the petals of her flowers. Nature was to her like a language of which she had only been told the meaning of 2 words. In the course of the next month she learned the meaning of a few more. She never made further progress, but what she learned, she learned. The river which, farther on, had done damage to the line, here ran close to it for some distance. Consequently Zilda came to the river before she reached the scene of the disaster. The river banks at this season were marshy, green like plush or velvet, when it is lifted dripping from green vats of the brightest dye. There were some trees by the river bank, maples and elms, and every twig was tipped with a crimson gem. Zilda did not see the beauty of the river bank either. She regarded nothing until she came to a place where a foot-track was beaten down the side of the embankment, as if apparently to entice walkers to stray across a bit of the meadow, and so cut off a large curve of the line. At this point Zilda heard a loud, chirping voice calling, "Hi, hi! Who's there? Is anyone there?" Zilda did not know from whence the voice came, but she knew from whom it came. It was Gilby's voice, and she stopped, her soul ravished by the music. Along the way, bobolinks, canaries, and song-sparrows had been singing to her. The swallows and red-throats had been talking. Everywhere among the soft, spongy mosses, the singing frog of the Canadian spring had been filling the air with its one soft whistling note. Zilda had not heard them, but now she stopped suddenly with head bent, listening ear, enraptured. "Hi, hi!" called the voice again. "Is anyone there?" Zilda went down the bank half-way among the bushes, and looked over. She saw Gilby sitting at the edge of the meadow, almost in the river water. She saw at once that something was wrong. His attitude was as natural as he could make it, such an attitude as a proud man might assume when pain is chaining him in an awkward position, but Zilda saw that he was injured. Her heart gave a great bound of pleasure. Ah, her bird was wounded in the wing. She had him now, for a time at least. "You, Mam'selle Zilda!" he said in surprise. "How came you here?" "I wished to see the broken road, monsieur." There was nothing in her voice or manner then or at any other time to indicate that she took a special interest in him. "Do you often take such long walks?" he asked with curiosity. Zilda shrugged her shoulders. "Sometimes. Why not?" She could not have told why she dissembled. It was instinct, just as it was the instinct of his proud little spirit to hate to own that he was helpless. "Look here," he said, "I slipped on the bank, and I think I have sprained my ankle." "Oui, monsieur," said Zilda. Her manner evinced no surprise. Her stolidity was grateful to him. Stooping down she took his foot in her hand, gently, but as firmly as if it had been a horse's hoof. She straightened it, unlaced his muddy boot, and with strong hands tore the slit further open until she could take it off. "Look here," he said, with a little nervous shout of laughter. "Do you not know you are hurting me?" It was the only wince he gave, although he was faint with pain. "Oui, monsieur," with a smile as firm and gentle as her touch. She took off her hat, and, heedless of the ribbon upon it, filled it with water again and again, and drenched the swollen leg. It was so great a relief to him that he hardly noticed that she stood ankle deep in the river to do it. She wore a little red tartan shawl upon her shoulders, and she dipped this also in the river, binding it round and round the ankle, and tying it tight with her own bootlace. "Thank you," said he. "You are really very good, Ma'm'selle Zilda." She stood beside him. She was radiantly happy, but she did not show it much. She had him there very safe. It mattered less to her how to get him away. Yet in a minute she said, "Monsieur had better move a little higher up. He is very uncomfortable." He knew that much better than she, but he had borne all the pain he could just then. He nodded as if in dismissal of the idea. "Presently. But, in the meantime, Zilda, sit down and see what a beautiful place this is. You have not looked at it." So she found a stone to sit on, and immediately her eyes were opened, and she saw the loveliness around her. The river was not a very broad one, but how blue it was, with a glint of gold on every wave. The trees that stood upon either bank cast a lacework of shadow upon the carpet of moss and violets beneath them. The buds of the maples were red. On a tree near them a couple of male canaries, bright gold in the spring season, were hopping and piping. Then, startled, they flew off in a straight line over the river to the other shore. "See them," said Gilby. "They look like streaks of yellow light." "I see," said Zilda, and she did see for the first time. Now Gilby had a certain capacity for rejoicing in the beauties of nature. It was overlaid with huge conceit in his own taste and discernment, and a love of forcing his observations on other people, but the flaws in his character Zilda was not in a position to see. The good in him awakened in her a higher virtue than she would otherwise have known. She was unconscious of the rest, just as eyes which can see form and not colour are unconscious of the bad blending of artificial hues. Presently Zilda rose up. "I will make monsieur more comfortable," she said, and she lifted him to a drier place upon the bank. This was mortifying to little Gilby. His manner was quite huffy for some minutes after. Zilda had her own ideas of what she would do. She presently left him alone, and walked on swiftly to the place of the breakdown. There she borrowed a hand car. It was a light one that could be worked easily by 2 men, and Zilda determined to work it alone. While she was coming back along the iron road on the top of the narrow embankment, Gilby could see her from where he sat, a stalwart young woman in homespun gown, stooping and rising with regular toilsome movement as she worked the rattling machine that came swiftly nearer. When the carriage thus provided for him was close at hand, the almost breathless Zilda actually proposed to exert her strength to carry Gilby up to it. He insisted upon hopping on one foot supported by her arm. He did not feel the slightest inclination to lean upon her more than was needful. He was too self-conscious and proud. Even after she had placed him on the car, he kept up an air of offence for a long time, just because she had proved her strength to be so much greater than his own. His little rudeness of this sort did not disturb Zilda's tranquillity in the least. Gilby sat on the low platform of the hand-car. He looked like a bantam cock whose feathers were much ruffled. Zilda worked at the handles of the machine. She was very large and strong. All her attitudes were statuesque. The May day beamed on the flat spring landscape through which they were travelling. The beam found a perfect counterpart in the joy in Zilda's heart. So she brought Gilby safely to the hotel and installed him in the best room there. The sprain was a very bad one. Gilby was obliged to lie there for a month. Sometimes his friends came out from the town to see him, but not very often, and they did not stay long. Zilda cooked for him. Zilda waited upon him. Zilda conversed with him in the afternoons when he needed amusement. This month was the period of her happiness. When he was going home, Gilby felt really very grateful to the girl. He had not the slightest thought of making love to her. He felt too strongly on the subject of his dignity and principles for that, but although he haggled with Chaplot over the bill, he talked in a bombastic manner about making Zilda a present. It did not distress Zilda that he should quarrel with her father's bill. She had no higher idea in character than that each should seek his own in all things. But when Gilby talked of giving her a present she shrank instinctively with an air of offence. This air of offence was the one betrayal of her affection which he could observe, and he did not gather very much of the truth from it. "I will give you a watch, Zilda," he said, "a gold watch. You will like that." "No, monsieur." Zilda's face was flushed and her head was high in the air. "I will give you a ring. You would like that, a golden ring." "No, monsieur, I would not like it at all." Gilby retired from the discussion that day feeling some offence and a good deal of consternation. He thought the best thing would be to have nothing more to do with Zilda, but the next day, in the bustle of his departure, remembering all that she had done for him, he relented entirely, and gave her a kiss. Afterwards, when the train was at the station, and Chaplot and Zilda had put his bags and his wraps beside him on a cushioned seat, Gilby turned, and with great politeness accosted two fine ladies who were travelling in the same carriage, and with whom he had a slight acquaintance. His disposition was at once genial and vain. He had been so long absent from the familiar faces of the town that his heart warmed to the first townsfolk he saw, but he was also ambitious. He wished to appear on good terms with these women, who were his superiors in social position. They would not have anything to do with him, which offended him very much. They received his greeting coldly and turned away. They said within themselves that he was an intolerably vulgar little person. But all her life Zilda Chaplot lived a better and happier woman because she had known him. End of section 9.
Section 10 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. The Syndicate Baby. Some miles above the city of La Motte, the blue Marion River widens into the Lake of St. Jean. In the Canadian summer the shores of this lake are as pleasant a place for an outing as heart could desire. The inhabitants of the city build wooden villas there, and spend the long warm days in boats upon the water. The families that live in these wooden villas do not take boarders. That was the origin of the syndicate. It consisted of some 24 bachelors who were obliged to sit upon office stools all day in the hot city. If, said they, we could live upon the lake, we could have our morning swim and our evening sail, and the trains would take us in and out of the city. The 1 or 2 uncomfortable hotels of this region were already overcrowded, so these bachelors said to each other, "Go to, we will put our pence together and build us a boathouse with an upper story and live therein." They bought a bit of the beach for a trifle of money. They built a boathouse, of which the upper half was one long dormitory, with a great balcony at the end over the water, which served as kitchen and dining hall. The ground floor was the lake itself, and each man who could buy a boat tethered it there. The property, boats excepted, was in common. By and by they bought a field in which they grew vegetables. Later they bought 2 cows and a pasture. The produce of the herd and the farm helped to furnish forth the table. This accretion of wealth took several years. Some of the older men grew richer and took to themselves wives and villas. The ranks were always filled up by more impecunious bachelors, and the bachelors called themselves the syndicate. The plan worked well, chiefly because of the fine air and the sunshine, the warm starry nights, and above all the witchery of the lake, which is to every man who has spent days and nights upon it like a mystical lady love, ever changeful and ever charming. And then too there was the contrast with the hot city. The sense of need fulfilled makes men good-natured. The one servant of the establishment, an old man who made the beds and the dinners, was not a professional cook. The meals were often indifferent, and yet the syndicate did not quarrel among themselves. Some outlet for temper perhaps was needful. At any rate, they had one outside quarrel with an old Welshman named Johns, a farmer of great importance in the place, who had sold them the land, and tried, in their opinion, to cheat them afterwards about the boundaries. Their united rage waxed hot against Johns, and he, on his side, did nothing to propitiate. The quarrel came to no end. It was a feud, esprit de corps. Like the fumes of wine, gives men a wholly unreasonable sense of complacence in themselves and their belongings, whatever the belongings may happen to be. The syndicate learned to cherish this feud as a valuable possession. The syndicate, as has been seen, had one house, one servant, and one enemy. It also had one baby. The baby was the youngest member of the community, a pretty boy who by some chance favour had obtained a bed in the dormitory at the hoyden age of 19. He had a tendency to chubbiness, and his moustache, when it did come, was merely a silken wisp, hardly visible. He did some fagging in return for the extraordinary favour of adoption. The baby from the first was entirely accustomed to being sat upon. He had no unnecessary independence of mind. At 21 he still continued to be baby. All the affairs of the syndicate flourished, including the feud with a neighbouring landowner. All went well with the men and their boats and the baby, until at length, upon one fateful day for the latter, there came a young person to the locality who made an addition to the household of Farmer Johns. "Old Johns has got a niece," said the bachelor, sitting at dinner, as if the niece had come fresh to the world as babies do, and had not held the same relation to old Johns for 25 years. Still, it was true she had never been in the old man's possession before, and now she had arrived at his house, a sudden vision of delight as seen from the road or on the veranda. Now Helen Johns was a beauty. No one, unbiased by the party spirit of a time-honoured feud, would have denied that. She was not, it is true, of the ordinary type of beauty, whose chief ornament is an effort at captivation. She did not curl her hair. She did not lift her eyes and smile when she was talking to men. She did not trouble herself to put on her prettiest gown when the evening train came in, bringing the bachelors from the city. She was tall, 5'8" in her stockings. All her muscles were well developed. There was nothing sylph-like about her waist, but all her motions had a strong, gentle grace of their own, that bespoke health and dignity. She had a profession, too, which was much beneath most of the becrimped and smile-wreathed maidens who basked in the favour of the bachelors. She had been to New York, and had learned to teach gymnastics, the very newest sort, Delsarte or Emerson, or some such name, attached to the rhythmic motions she performed. The syndicate had no opportunity to criticize the gymnastic performance, for they had not the honour of her acquaintance. They criticized everything else: the smooth hair, the high brow, the well-proportioned waist, the profession. They decided that she was not beautiful. There were, roughly speaking, two classes of girls in this summer settlement, each held in favour by the syndicate men according as personal taste might dispose. There were the girls who, in a cheerful manner, were ever to be found walking or boating in such hours and places as would assuredly bring them into contact with the happy bachelors. And there were those who would not for the world have done such a thing, who sedulously shunned such paths, and had to be much sought after before they were found. And now it chanced that Helen Johns was seen to row alone in her uncle's boat right across the very front of the syndicate boathouse, at the very hour when the assembled members were eating roast beef upon the veranda above, and arriving at their decisions concerning her, and she did not look as if she cared in the least whether 24 pairs of eyes were bent upon her or not. To be sure, it was her nearest way home from the post-office across the bay, and the post came in at this evening hour. No one could find any fault, not even any of the bachelors, but none the less did the affront sink deep into their hearts. It added a new zest to the old feud. "We do not see that she is beautiful," they cried over their dinner. "We should not care for Helen of Troy if she looked like that." The baby dissented. The baby actually had the cheek to say, right there aloud at the banquet, that he might not be a man of taste, but, for his part, he thought she looked the jolliest girl he had ever seen. In his heart he meant that he thought she looked like a goddess or an angel, for the baby was a reverent youth. But he veiled his real feeling under this reticent phrase. One and all they spoke to him, spoke loudly, spoke severely. "Baby," they said, "if you have any dealings with a niece of Farmer John's, we'll kick you out of this." It was a romantic situation. Love had proverbially thriven in the atmosphere of a family feud. The baby felt this, but he felt also that he could not run the risk of being kicked out of the syndicate. The baby did sums in a big hot bank all day. He had no dollars to spare. There was no other place upon the lake where he could afford to live, and he had a canoe of his own which his uncle had given him. Hiawatha did not love the darling of his creation more than the baby loved his cedar-wood canoe. All this made him conceal carefully that mysterious sensation of unrestful delight which he experienced every time he saw Miss Helen Johns. This at least in the first stage of his love-sickness. Fate was hard. She led the baby, all cheerful and unsuspecting, to spend an evening at a picnic tea in a wood a mile or more from the shore. Mischievous fate! She led him to flirt frivolously until long after dark with a girl that he cared nothing at all about, and then whispered in his ear that he would get home the quicker if in the obscurity he ran across the Johns' farm. Fate, laughing in her sleeve, led him to pass with noiseless footsteps quite near the house itself. Then she was content to leave him to his own devices, for through the open window he caught sight of Helen Johns doing her gymnastics. Her figure was all aglow with the yellow lamplight. She was happy in the poetry of her motions, and in the delight that the family circle took in watching them. The baby was in the dark and the falling dew. He was uncomfortable, for he had to stand on tiptoe, but nothing would have induced him to ease his strained attitude. The pangs of a fierce discontent took possession of his breast. Art was consulted in the gymnasium in which Miss Johns had studied. The theory was that only that which is beautiful is healthful. Sometimes she poised herself on tiptoe, with one arm waved toward heaven, an angel already saved the wings for aerial flight. Sometimes she seemed to hover above the ground like a running Mercury, and sometimes she stood, a hand behind her ear, listening as a maid might who was flying from danger in some enchanted land. And often she waved her hand slowly, as if weaving a spell. Her spell was cast over the soul of the baby. He held himself against the extreme edge of a veranda. His mouth remained open as if he were drinking in the beams from the bright interior, and all the beautiful pictures that they brought with them. It was only when the show was over that he noiselessly relaxed his strained muscles, and crept away over the dew-drenched grass, hiding under the shadow of maple boughs, guilty trespasser that he was. After that, one evening Farmer Johns and his niece had an errand to run. At a house about 2 miles away, on the other side of the bay, there was a parcel which it was their duty to fetch. They had started out in the calm white light of the summer twilight. A slight wind blew, just enough to take their sail creeping over the rippled water, no more. The lake within a mile of the shore was thickly strewn with small yachts, boats, and canoes. Upon the green shore the colors of the gaily painted villas could still be seen among the trees, and most conspicuous of all, the great barn-like boat-house of the syndicate, which was painted red. By and by the light grew dimmer, and stars came out in the sky. Then one could no longer distinguish the outline of the shore, but in every window a light twinkled like a fallen star. Helen sat in the side of the tiny ship, as near the prow as might be. Her uncle sat at the tiller and managed the sails. They were a silent pair, the one in a suit of tweeds with a slouch hat, the other in a muslin gown with a veil of black lace wrapped about her head. The sailing of the boat was an art which Helen had not exerted herself to understand. She only knew that every now and then there was a minute of bluster and excitement when her uncle shouted to her, and she was obliged to cower while the beam and the sail swung over her head with a sound of fluttering wind. When she was allowed to take her seat after this little hurly-burly, the 2 lighthouses upon the lake and all the lights upon the shore had performed a mysterious dance. They all lay in different places and in different relation to one another. She had not learned to know the different lights, and when dusk came she was lost to her own knowledge. She only knew that the sweet air blew upon her face, and that she trusted her uncle. The moonless night closed in. Now and then, as they passed a friendly craft, evening greetings were spoken across the dark space, and by the time they got to the place for which they were bound, they were floating almost alone upon the black water. Johns descended into a small boat and secured the sailing boat to the buoy which belonged to the house whither he was going, or rather he thought that he secured it. Helen heard the plash of his oars until he landed. The shore was but 20 yards away, but she could hardly see it. The sail hung limp, wrinkled, and motionless. She began to sing, and there alone in the darkness she fell in love with her own voice, and sang on, thinking only of the music. Her uncle was long in coming. She became conscious of movement in the water, like the swell of waves outside rolling into the cove. She heard the sound of swaying among all the trees on the shore. She looked up and saw that the stars of one half the sky were obscured, that the darkness was rolling onward toward those that were still shining. She stopped her own singing, and the song of the waters beneath her prow was curiously like the familiar sound when the boat was in motion. She strained her eyes, but could not see how far she was from the near shore. She looked on the other side, and it seemed to her that the lights on the homeward side of the bay were moving, and that meant that she was moving, at what speed and in what direction she had no means of knowing. She stood up, lifted her arms in the air, and shouted for help. Again and again her shouts rang out, and she did not wait to hear an answer. She thought that the masters of other boats had seen the storm coming, and had gone into shore. She was out now full in the whistling wind, and the boat was leaping. Her throat was hoarse with calling, her eyes dazzled by straining. When she turned in despair from scanning the shore, she saw a sight that was very strange. At the tiller, where her uncle ought to have been, and just in the attitude in which he always stood, was a slight white figure. A new sort of fear took possession of Helen. At first she could not speak or move, but kept her eyes wide open, lest this ghostly thing should come near her unawares. This illusion might be a forerunner of the death to which she was hastening, the angel of death himself, steering her to destruction. Then in a strange voice came the familiar shout, the warning to hold down her head. The sail swung over in the customary way, and every movement of the figure at the helm was so familiar and natural that comfort began to steal into her heart. Plainly, whoever had taken command of the drifting craft knew his business. Might it not be an angel of life and not of death? Now, in plain sober reality, as her pulses ceased to dance so wildly, Helen could not believe that her companion was angel or spirit. One does not believe in such companionship readily. She scrambled to her knees and steadied herself by the seat. "Who are you?" she asked. The figure made a gesture that seemed like a signal of peace, but no answer was given. The lights upon her own part of the shore were now not far distant. She looked above and saw breaks in the darkness that had hidden the stars. The clouds were passing over. The squall that was taking them upon their journey was still whistling and blowing, but she feared its force less as she realized that she was nearing home. She desired greatly to work herself along the boat and touch the sailor curiously with her hand, but she was afraid to do it, and that for 2 reasons. If he was a spirit, she had reason for shrinking from such contact, and if he was a man, well, in that case she also saw objections. The man at the helm dropped the sail. For a minute or 2 he stood not far from Helen as he busied himself with it. "Who are you?" she asked again, but she still had not courage to put out her hand and touch him. There was a little wooden wharf upon the shore, and to this the sailor held the boat while Helen sprung out. Her feet were no sooner safe upon it than the boat was allowed to move away. She saw the black mast and the white figure recede together and disappear in the darkness. Johns had to walk home by the shore, and in no small anxiety. When he saw that his niece was safe, he chuckled over her in burly fashion. "Then I suppose," he said, "that some fellow got aboard her between the puffs of wind. I hope it was none of those syndicate men. They're a fast lot. What was his name? What had he to say for himself?" "She was flying far too fast for anyone to get aboard," asserted Helen. "I don't know what his name was. He didn't say anything. I don't know where he went to." Then the uncle suggested "Toddy" in an undertone to his wife. The aunt looked over her spectacles with solicitude, and then arose and put her niece to bed. When Helen was left alone, she lay looking out at the stars that again were shining. She wondered and wondered. Perhaps the reason that she came to no definite conclusion was that she liked the state of wonder better. Helen was a modern girl. She had friends who were spiritualists, friends who were theosophists, friends who were high church and believed in visions of angels. In the morning John's boat was found tethered as usual to the buoy in front of his house. Long before this the syndicate had suspected the baby's attachment. The strength of that attachment they did not suspect in the least. Never having seen depths in the baby, they supposed there were none. They had fallen into the habit of taking the baby by the throat and asking him in trenchant tones, "Have you spoken to her?" The baby found it convenient to be able to give a truthful negative. Not that he would have minded fibbing in the least, but in this case the fib would certainly have been detected. He could not expect his goddess to enter into any clandestine parley and keep his secret. Had the baby taken the matter less to heart, he would have been more rash in asserting his independence. But he meditated some great step and lay low. What or when the irrevocable move was to be, he had no definite idea. The thought of it was only as yet an exalted swelling of mind and heart. There was a period after the affair of the boat when he spent a great deal of time haunting the sacred precincts of the house where Helen lived. The precincts consisted of a dusty lane, a flat, ugly fenced field where a cow and a horse grazed, and a place immediately about the house covered with thick grass and shaded by maple trees. There were some shrubs, too, behind which one could hide if necessary, but they were prickly, uncomfortable to nestle against, and the unmown grass absorbed an immense quantity of dew. In imagination, however, the baby wandered on pastoral slopes and in classic shades. At first he paid his visits at night, when the family were asleep, and he slipped about so quietly that no one but the horse and the cow need know where he went or what he did. At length, however, he grew more bold, and took his way across the maple grove, going and coming from other evening errands. Trespassing is not much of a fault at the lake of St. Jean. The baby became expert in dodging hastily by, with his eyes upon the windows. The dream of his life was to see the gymnastics performed again, and at length it was realized. The thing we desire most is often the thing that brings us woe. The baby caught sight of Helen practising her beautiful attitudes. He hung on to a rail of the veranda and gazed, and then he took his life in his hand, as it were, and swung himself up on the veranda. He moved like a cat, for he supposed that the stalwart Johns was within. From this better point of view, peeping about, he now surveyed the whole interior of the small drawing-room. What was his joy to find that there was no family circle of spectators. Helen was exercising herself alone. He hugged to himself the idea that the gracious little spectacle was all his own. Now, as it happened, the baby, in his secret hauntings of this house, had not been so entirely unseen as he supposed. Certainly Johns had never caught sight of him, or he would have been made aware of it. But Helen, since the night of the boating mystery, had more than once caught sight of a white figure passing among the maple shadows. These glimpses had added point and colour to all the mystical fancies that clustered round the helmsman of the yacht. She hardly believed that some guardian spirit was protecting her invisible semblance, or that some human Prince Charming, more kingly and wise than any man that she had seen, had chosen this peculiar mode of courting her. But her wish was the father of thoughts that fluttered between these two explanations, and hope was fed by the conviction that no man who could see her every day if he chose would behave in this romantic manner. So upon this evening it happened that when Helen, poised upon her toes, and beating the time of imaginary music with her waving hand, caught sight of baby's white flannels through the dark window-pane, she recognized the figure of her dreams, and having long ago made up her mind what to do when she had the chance, she ran to the French window without an instant's delay, and let herself out of it with graceful speed. The baby, panic-stricken, felt but one desire, that she might never know who had played the spy. He threw himself over the veranda rail with an acrobat's skill, and with head in front and nimble feet he darted off under the maple trees. But he had to reckon with an agile maiden. Helen had grown tired of a fruitless dream. A crescent moon gave her enough light to pursue. Lights of friendly houses on all sides assured her of safety. Over the log fence into the pasture vaulted the baby, convinced now that he had escaped. Vain thought! He had not considered the new education. Over the fence vaulted Helen as lightly. In a minute the baby heard her on his track. The cow and the horse had never before seen so pretty a chase. There was excitement in the air, and they sniffed it. They were both young, and they began to run too. The sound of heavy galloping filled the place. Of the two sides of the field which lay farthest from the house, one looked straight over to the glaring syndicate windows, and one to the rugged bank that rose from the shore. The baby's one mad desire was to conceal his identity. He made for the dark shore. Another fence, he thought, or the rocks of the bank would surely deter her flying feet. They both vaulted the second fence. The baby still kept his distance ahead, but when he heard that she too sprang over, a fear for her safety darted across his excited brain. Would those cantering animals jump after and crush her beneath their feet? Or would she fall on the rocks of the shore, which he was going to leap over? The baby intended to leap the shore and lose his identity by a swim in the black water. It was this darting thought of anxiety for Helen that made him hesitate in his leap. Too late to stop. The hesitation was fatal to fair performance. The baby came down on the shore with a groan, his leg under him and his head on the earth. He saw Helen pause beside him, deliberately staring through the dim light. "I'm not hurt," said the baby, because he knew that he was. "You are only the syndicate baby," she exclaimed with interrogatory indignation. "I'm going to cut the syndicate. I'll never have anything more to do with them, Miss Johns." Helen did not understand the significance of this eager assurance. The baby's brain became clear. He tried to rise, but could not. "Are you not hurt?" she asked. "Oh, no, not at all, Miss Johns." He spoke with eager, youthful politeness. It's only that I've doubled my leg and can't quite get up." The baby was pretty tough. A few bumps and breaks were matters of small importance to him. His employers had already bargained with him not to play football, as he gained so many holidays in bandages thereby. Just now he was quick enough to take in the situation. Helen despised him. It was neck or nothing. He must do all his pleading once for all, and the compensation for a broken leg was this, that she could not have the inhumanity to leave him till he declared himself fit to be left. He pulled himself round and straightened the leg before him as he sat. Helen was not accustomed to falls and injuries. She was shocked and pitiful, but she was stern too. She felt that she had the right. "I'm very sorry. I will go and get some one to help you. But you know it's entirely your own fault. What have you been behaving in this way for?" "If you'd only believe me," pleaded the baby. You really can have no idea, Miss Johns." If she could have seen how white and earnest his young face was, she might have listened to him, but the light was too dim. "I want to know this," she said severely. "Was it you who got on to our sailing boat that other night? I thought you were alarmed, Miss Johns, and in a rather dangerous situation." The baby was using his prettiest tones, such as he used when he went out to a dance. If she could have known how heroic it was to utter these mincing accents over a broken leg, she might have been touched. But she did not even know that the leg was broken. She went on rigidly. "How could you get aboard when she was sailing so fast? Where did you come from?" "Oh, it wasn't difficult at all, I assure you, Miss Johns. I only got on between the gusts of the wind. I swam from the syndicate boat. You know, of course, one of us must have gone when we heard you singing out for help. And I was only too happy, frightfully happy, I am sure, and it was nothing at all to do. If you were much here, and saw us swimming and boating, you'd see fellows do that sort of thing every day." It was a delicate instinct that made him underrate the feat he had performed, for he would have been so glad to have her feel under the slightest obligation to him. But as far as her perceptions were concerned, the beauty of his sentiment was lost, for when he said that the thing that he had done was easy, she believed him. She still interrogated. "Why did you not speak and tell me who you were?" There had been an ostensible and a real reason for this conduct on the baby's part. The first was the order which his friends in the syndicate boat had called after him as he jumped into the water. The second, he spoke out now for the first time to Helen. "I didn't speak, Miss Johns, because I couldn't. Oh, you have no idea. Really, you know, if you'd only believed me. I love you so much, Miss Johns. I couldn't say anything, or I'd have said more than I ought. The sort of thing I'm saying now, you know." "Tut!" said Helen sharply. "What rubbish!" "Oh, but Miss Johns, yes, I knew you would think it was all rot and that sort of thing. That was the reason I didn't say it in the boat. And that is the reason I've never dared to ask to be introduced to you, Miss Johns. It wasn't that I cared for the syndicate, you see. The worst of it is, I'm so confoundedly poor. They give me no sort of a screw at all at the bank, I do assure you. But, Miss Johns, my uncle is one of the directors. He's sure to give me a leg up before very long. And if you only knew, oh, really, if you only knew—" Words failed him quite when he tried to describe the strength of his devotion. He only sat before her, supporting him with both hands on the ground, and looking up with a face that had no rounded outline now, but was white, passionate, and pathetic. He could only murmur, "Really, really, if you only knew." The darkness barred her vision, and the extravagant words in the boyish voice sounded ridiculous to her. "I will believe you," she said, "if you want me to, but it doesn't make any difference. I am sorry that you are hurt, and sorry you've taken this fancy for me. I think you'll find some other girl very soon whom you'll like better. I hope you will. There isn't—" she was becoming vehement, "there isn't the slightest atom of use in your caring for me." "Isn't there?" asked Baby despairingly. "I wish you would say that you will think it over, Miss Johns. I wish you would say that I might know you and come and see you sometimes. I'd cut the syndicate and make it up with your uncle." "It wouldn't be the slightest use," she repeated excitedly. "Of course, if you go on saying that, I shan't bore you any more. But do, Miss Johns, do think just a minute before you say it again." A note in his voice touched her at last. She paused for the required minute, and then answered gently. Her gentleness carried conviction. "I could never care for you. You are not at all the sort of man I could ever care for, and I am going back to New York in a few days, so you won't be troubled by seeing me any more." When Helen rushed breathless to the door of the syndicate boat-house and told of the accident, the bachelors went out in a body and bore the baby home. They petted him until he was on his feet again. They gained some vague knowledge of his interview with Helen, and he kept a very distinct remembrance of it. Both he and they believed that his first attempt at love had come to nothing. But that was a mistake. The baby had loved with some genuine fervour, and his grief made a man of him. End of section 10.
Chapter 8 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Natalie Paula. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. Chapter 8. Witchcraft. A young minister was walking through the streets of a small town in the island of Cape Breton. The minister was only a theological student who had been sent to preach in this remote place during his summer holiday. The town was at once very primitive and very modern. Many log houses still remained in it. Almost all the other houses were built of wood. The little churches, which represented as many sects, looked like the churches in a child's Dutch village. The town hall had only a brick facing. On the hillsides that surrounded the town, far and wide, were many fields, in which the first stumps were still standing, charred by the fires that had been kindled to kill them. There were also patches of forest still to be seen among these fields, where the land had not yet been cleared. In spite of all this, the town was very advanced, every improvement being of the newest kind because so recently achieved. Upon huge ungainly tree trunks, roughly erected along the streets, electrical lamps hung, and telephone wires crossed and recrossed one another from roof to roof. There was even an electric tram that ran straight through the town and some distance into the country on either side. The general store had a gaily dressed lay figure in its window, a female figure, and its gown was labelled "The latest Parisian novelty." The theological student was going out to take tea. He was a tall, attractive fellow, and his long strides soon brought him to a house a little way out of the town, which was evidently the abode of some degree of taste and luxury. The house was of wood, painted in dull colours of red and brown. It had large comfortable verandahs under shingled roofs. Its garden was not old-fashioned in the least, but though it aspired to trimness, the grass had not grown there long enough to make a good lawn, so the ribbon flower beds and the plaster vases of flowers lacked the green velvet setting that would have made them appear better. The student was less likely to criticize the lawn because a very pretty, fresh-looking girl met him at the gate. She was really a fine girl. Her dress showed rather more effort at fashion than was quite in keeping with her very rural surroundings, and her speech and accent betrayed a childhood spent among uneducated folk and only overlaid by more recent schooling. Her face had the best parts of beauty. Health and good sense were written there, also flashes of humour and an habitual sweet seriousness. She had chanced to be at the gate gathering flowers. Her reception of the student was frank, and yet there was just a touch of blushing dignity about it which suggested that she took a special interest in him. The student also, it would appear, took an interest in her, for on their way to the house he made a variety of remarks upon the weather which proved that he was a little excited and unable to observe that he was talking nonsense. In a little while the family were gathered around the tea table. The girl, Miss Torrance by name, sat at the head of the table. Her father was a banker and an insurance agent. He sat opposite his eldest daughter and did the honours of the meal with the utmost hospitality, yet the reserve of manner caused by his evident consciousness that his grammar and manners were not equal to those of his children and their guests. There were several daughters and 2 sons younger than Miss Torrance. They talked with vivacity. The conversation soon turned upon the fact that the abundant supply of cream to which the family were accustomed was not forthcoming. Strawberries were being served with the tea. Some sort of cold pudding was also on the table. All this to be eaten without cream. These young people might have been asked to go without their supper, so indignant they were. Now, Mr. Torrance had been decorously trying to talk of the young minister's last sermon, and of the affairs of the small Scotch church of which he was an elder, and Miss Torrance was ably seconding his effort by comparing the sentiments of the sermon to a recent magazine article. But against her will she was forced to attend to the young people's clamour about the cream. It seemed that Trillium the cow had recently refused to give her milk. Mary Torrance was about 18. She suddenly gave it as her opinion that Trillium was bewitched. There was no other explanation, she said, no other possible explanation of Trillium's extraordinary conduct. A flush mounted Miss Torrance's face. She frowned at her sister when the student was not looking. "It's wonderful the amount of witchcraft we have about here, Mr. Howitt," said the master of the house tentatively to the minister. Howitt had taken Mary's words in jest. He gave his smooth-shaven face the twist that with him always expressed ideas wonderful or grotesque. It was a strong, thin face, full of intelligence. "I never could have conceived anything like it," said he. "I came across witch tales here, there, and everywhere, and the marvellous thing is, some of the people really seem to believe them." The younger members of the Torrance family fixed their eyes upon him with apprehensive stare. "You can't imagine anything more degrading," continued the student, who came from afar. "Degrading, of course." Mr. Torrance sipped his tea hastily. "The Cape Breton people are superstitious, I believe." An expression that might have betokened a new resolution appeared on the face of the eldest daughter. "We are Cape Breton people, father," she said, with dignified reproach. "I hope," here a timid glance, as if imploring support, "I hope we know better than to place any real faith in those degrading superstitions." Howitt observed nothing but the fine face and the words that appeared to him natural. Torrance looked at them both with the air of an honest man who was still made somewhat cowardly by new-fashioned propriety. "I never put much faith in these things myself," he said at last in broad accents. "Still," an honest shake of the head, "there's queer things happens." "It's like going back to the Middle Ages." Howitt was still impervious. "To hear some of these poor creatures talk, I never thought it would be my lot to come across anything so delightfully absurd." "Perhaps for the sake of the ministry you'd better be careful how ye say your mind about it," suggested Mr. Torrance. "In the hearing of the poor and uneducated, of course, I mean. But if ye like to make a study of that sort of thing, I'd advise you to go have a talk with Mistress Betty M'Leod. She's got a great repertory of tales, has Mistress Betty." Mary spoke again. Mary was a young woman who had the courage of her opinions. "And if you go to Mistress M'Leod, Mr. Howitt, you just be kind enough to ask her how to cure pure trillium, and don't forget anything of what she says." Miss Torrance gave her sister a word of reproof. There was still upon her face the fine glow born of a new resolution never again to listen to a word of witchcraft. As for Howitt, there came across his clever face a whimsical look which denoted that he understood Mary's fun perfectly. "I will go to-morrow," he cried. "When the wise woman has told me who has bewitched Trillium, we will make a waxen figure and stick pins in it." The next day Howitt walked over the hills in search of Mistress Betty M'Leod. The lake of the Bras-d'Or held the sheen of the western sun in its breast. The student walked upon the green slopes far above the water, and watched the outline of the hills on the other side of the inlet, and thought upon many things. He thought upon religion and philosophy, for he was religious and studious. He thought upon practical details of his present work, for which he was anxious for the welfare of the souls under his charge. But on whatever subject his thoughts dwelt, they came back at easy intervals to the fair, dignified face of his new friend, Miss Torrance. "There's a fine girl for you," he said to himself repeatedly, with boyish enthusiasm. He thought, too, how nobly her life would be spent if she chose to be the helpmeet of a Christian minister. He wondered whether Mary would take her sister's place in the home circle. Yet with all this he made no decision as to his own course. He was discreet, and in minds like his decisions came upon important matters are fruits of slow growth. He came at last to a farm, a very goodly farm for so hilly a district. It lay, a fertile flat, in a notch of the green hillside. When he reached the house yard he asked for Mistress Betty M'Leod, and was led to her presence. The old dame sat at her spinning wheel in a farm kitchen. Her white hair was drawn closely, like a thin veil, down the sides of her head, and pinned at the back. Her features were small, her eyes bright. She was not unlike a squirrel in her sharp little movements and quick glances. She wore a shawl pinned around her spare shoulders. Her skirts fell upon the treadle of the spinning wheel. The kitchen in which she sat was unused. There was no fire in the stove. The brick floor, the utensils hanging on the walls, had the appearance of undisturbed rest. Doors and windows were open to the view of the green slopes and the golden sea beneath them. "You from Canada?" said the old dame. She left her spinning with a certain interested formality of manner. "From Montreal," said he. "That's the same. Canada is a terrible way off." "And now," he said, "I hear there are witches in this part of the land." Whereupon he smiled in an incredulous, cultured way. She nodded her head as if she had gauged his thought. "Ay, there's many a minister believes in them if they don't let on they do. I mind." "Yes," said he, "I mind how my sister went out early one morning, and saw a witch milking one of our cows." "How do you know she was a witch?" "Och, she was a neighbour we knew to be a witch real well. My sister didn't anger her. It's terrible unlucky to vex them. But would you believe it? As long as we had that cow her cream gave no butter. We had to sell her and get another, and one time, it was years ago, when Donald and me was young, the first sacrament came round." "Yes," said he, looking sober. "And all the milk of our cows would hardly give any butter for a whole year. And at house cleaning time, there above the milk shelves, what did they find but a bit of hair rope, cows' and horses' hair it was. Oh, it was terrible knotted, and knotted just like anything. Then of course we knew. Knew what? Why, the milk was bewitched. We took the rope away. Well, that very day more butter came down at the churning. From that time on, more, but still not so much as ought by rights to have come. Then one day I thought to unknot the rope, and I undid and undid and undid. Well, when I had got it undone, that day the butter came as it should. What about the sacrament? Asked he. That was the time of year it was. Oh, but I could tell you a sad, sad story of the wickedness of witches. When Donald and me was young, and had a farm up over on the other hill, well, there was a poor widow with 7 daughters. It was hard times then for us all, but for her, she had only a bit of flat land with some bushes, and 4 cows and some sheep, and you see, she sold butter to put meat in the children's mouths. Butter was all she could sell. Well, there came to live near her on the hill an awful wicked old man and woman. I'll tell you who their daughter is. She's married to Mr. McCurdy, who keeps the store. The old man and his wife were awful wicked to the widow and the fatherless. I'll tell you what they did. Well, the widow's butter failed. Not one bit more could she get. The milk was just the same, but not one bit of butter. Oh, said she, it's a hard world, and me a widow. But she was a brave woman, bound to get along some way. Now she had nothing to sell to buy meal. She made curds of the milk, and fed the children on that. Well, one day the old man came in to see her in a neighbouring way, and she, being a good woman, oh, but she was a good woman, set a dish of curds before him. Oh, said he, these are very fine curds. So he went away. The next day she put the rennet in the milk as usual. Not a bit would the curd come. Oh, said she, but I must put something in the children's mouths. She was a fine woman, she was. So she kept the lambs from the sheep all night. The next morning she milked the sheep. Sheep's milk is rich, and she put rennet in that and fed the children on the curd. So one day the old man came in again. He was a wicked one. He was dreadful selfish, and as he was there, she, being a hospitable woman, gave him some of the curd. That's good curd, said he. Next day when she put the rennet in the sheep's milk, not a bit would the curd come. She felt it bitterly, poor woman, but she had a fine spirit, and she fed the children on a few bits of potatoes she had growing. Well, one day the eldest daughter got up very early to spin. In the twilight of the dawn it was, and she looked out, and there was an old woman coming from her house on the hill, with a shawl over her head and a tub in her arms. Oh, but she was a really wicked one, for I'll tell you what she did. Well, the girl watched and wondered, and in the twilight of the dawn she saw the old woman crouch down by one of the alder bushes, and put her tub under it, and go milking with her hands. And after a bit she lifted her tub, that seemed to have something in it, and set it over against another alder bush, and went milking with her hands again. So the girl said, "Mother, mother, wake up, and see what the neighbour woman is doing." So the mother looked out, and there, in the twilight of the dawn, she saw her 4 cows in the bit of land among the alder bushes, and the old neighbour woman milking away at a bush. So when the old woman moved her tub likewise to another bush, and likewise until she milked 4 bushes, she took up her tub, and it seemed awful heavy, and she had her shawl over it, and was going up the hill. So the mother said to the girl, "Run, run, and see what she's got in it," for they weren't up to the ways of the witches, and they were astonished like. But the girl said, "Oh, mother, I don't like—" Well, she was timid anyway, the eldest girl, but the second girl was a romping thing, not afraid of anything, so they sent her. By this time the wicked old woman was high on the hill, so she ran and ran, but she could not catch up to her before she was at her own door. But the second girl, she was not afraid of anything, so she runs in at the door too. Now in those days they used to have sailing chests that lock up, and they had iron bars over them, so you could keep anything in it that was a secret. They got them from the ships, and this old woman kept her milk in hers. So when the girl bounced in at the door, where she saw that wicked old woman pouring milk out of the tub into her chest, and that chest half full of milk, and the old man looking on, so then, of course, they knew where the good of their milk had gone. The story was finished. The old dame looked at the student, and nodded her head with eyes that awaited some expression of formal disapproval. "What did they know?" asked he. "Know? Oh, why, That old woman was an awful wicked witch, and she'd taken the good of their milk." "Oh, indeed," said the student, "and then—" "But what became of the widow and the 7 daughters?" "Well, of course she had to sell her cows and get others, but then it was all right. But that old man and his wife were that selfish, they did not have cared if she starved, and I'll tell you, it's one of those things witches can do, to take the good out of food. If they have an eye to it, they can take every bit of nouriture out of it that's in it. There were 2 young men that went from here to the States, that's Boston, you know. Pretty soon one, that was named Macpherson, came back looking so white like and ill that nothing would do him any good. He drooped and he died. Well, years after, the other, whose name was McVey, came back. He was of the same wicked stock as the old folks I've been telling you of. Well, one day he was in low spirits like, and he chanced to be talking to my father, and says he, 'It's one of the sins I'll have to count for at the judgment, that I took the good out of Macpherson's food till he died. I sat opposite to him at the table when we were at Boston together, and I took the good out of his food, and that's the blackest sin I've done,' said he. Oh, they're awful wicked people, these witches. One of them offered to teach my sister how to take the good out of food, but my sister was too honest. She said, 'I'll learn to keep the good of my own, if you like.' However, the witch wouldn't teach her that, because she wouldn't learn the other. Oh, but I cheated a witch once. Donald, he brought me a pound of tea. 'Twasn't always we got tea in those days, so I put it in the tin box, and there was just a little over, so I was forced to leave that in the paper bag. Well, that day a neighbor came in from over the hill. I knew fine she was a witch, so we sat and gossiped a bit. She was a real pleasant woman, and she sat, and the time of day went by. So I made her a cup of tea, her and me, but I used the drawing that was in the paper bag. Said she, 'I just dropped in to borrow a bit of tea going home, but if that's all you have.' Oh, but I could see her eyeing around, so I was too sharp for her, and I says, 'Well, I've no more in the paper just now, but if you'll wait till Donald comes, maybe he'll bring some.' So she saw I was too sharp for her, and away she went. If I'd as much opened the tin, she'd have every grain of good out of it with her eyes." At first the student had the grave righteous intention of denouncing the superstition, but gradually he perceived that to do so would be futile. The artistic soul of him was caught by the curious recital. He remembered now the bidding of Mary Torrance, and thought with pleasure that he would go back and repeat these strange stories to Miss Torrance, and smile at them in her company. "Now, for instance," he said aloud, "if a good cow that is a great pet in the family should suddenly cease to give her milk, how would you set about curing her?" The dame's small bright eyes grew keener. She moved to her spinning wheel and gave it a turn. "Ay," she said. "Whose is the cow?" He was not without genuine curiosity. "What would you do for any cow in that case?" "And is it Torrance's cow?" asked Mistress Betty. "Och, but I know it's Torrance's cow that you're spiring for." The young minister was recalled to a sense of his duty. He rose up with brisk dignity. "I only asked you to see what you would say. I do not believe the stories you've been telling me." She nodded her head, taking his assertion as a matter of course. "But I'll tell ye exactly what they must do," she said. "Ye can tell Miss Torrance she must get a pound of pins." "A pound of pins!" said he. "Ay, it's a large quantity, but they'll have 'em at the store, for it's more than sometimes they're wanted, a time here, a time there, against the witches. And she's to boil them in whatever milk the cow gives, and she's to pour them boiling hot into the hole in the ground, and when she's put the earth over them, and the sod over that, she's to tether the animal there and milk it there, and the milk will come right enough." While the student was making his way home along the hillside, through field and forest, the long arm of the sea turned to red and gold in the light of the clouds which the sun had left behind when it sank down over the distant region that the Cape Breton folk call Canada. The minister meditated upon what he had heard, but not for long. He could not bring his mind into such attitude toward the witch tales as to conceive of belief in them as an actual part of normal human experience. Insanity, or the love of making a good story out of notions which had never been seriously entertained, must compose the warp and woof of the fabric of such strange imaginings. It is thus we account for most experiences we do not understand. The next evening the Torrance family were walking to meeting. The student joined himself to Miss Torrance. He greeted her with a whimsical look of grave humour. "You are to take a pound of pins," he said. "I do not believe it would do any good," she interrupted eagerly. It struck him as very curious that she would assert her unbelief. He was too nonplussed to go on immediately. Then he supposed it was part of the joke, and proceeded to give the other details. Mr. Howitt, a tremulous pause. It's very strange about poor Trillium. She has always been such a good dear cow. The children are very fond of her, and my mother was very fond of her when she was a heifer. The last summer before she died, Trillium fed out of mother's hand, and now she is in perfect health as far as we can see. But father says that if she keeps on refusing to give her milk, he will be obliged to sell her. Miss Torrance, who was actually strong and dignified, spoke now in a very appealing voice. Couldn't you get an old farmer to look at her, or a vet? But why do you think she has suddenly stopped giving milk? Persisted the girl. I am very sorry, but I really don't know anything about animals, said he. Oh, then if you don't know anything about them. She paused. There had been such an evident tone of relief in her voice that he wondered what would be coming next. In a moment she said, I quite agreed with you the other night when you said the superstition about witchcraft was degrading. No one could think otherwise. He was much puzzled at the turn of her thought. Still, of course, about animals, old people like Mistress Betty M'Leod may know something. As they talked, they were walking down the street in the calm of the summer evening to the prayer meeting. The student's mind was intent upon his duties, for as they neared the little whitewashed church, many groups were seen coming from all sides across the grassy space in which it stood. He was an earnest man, and his mind became occupied with the thought of the spiritual needs of these others who were flocking to hear him preach and pray. Inside the meeting room, unshaded oil lamps flared upon the congregation, most serious and devout. The student felt that their earnestness and devotion laid upon him the greater responsibility. He also felt much hindered in his speech because of their ignorance and remote ways of thought. It was a comfort to him to feel that there was at least one family among his hearers whose education would enable them to understand him clearly. He looked with satisfaction at the bench where Mr. Torrance sat with his children. He looked with more satisfaction to where Miss Torrance sat with the little organ. She presided over it with dignity and sweet seriousness. She drew music even out of its squeaking keys. A few days after that prayer meeting, the student happened to be in the post office. It was a small, rough place. A wooden partition shut off the public from the postmistress and her helpers. He was waiting for some information for which he had asked. He was forced to stand outside the little window in this partition. He listened to the women's voices speaking on the other side, as one listens to that which in no way concerns oneself. It's just like her, stuck up as she is since she came from school, setting herself and her family up to be better than other folks. Perhaps they were out of them at the store, said a gentler voice. Oh, don't tell me. It's on the sly she's doing it, and then pretending to be grander than other folks. Then the postmistress came to the window with the required information. When she saw who was there, she said something else also. There's a parcel come for Miss Torrance, if you happen to be going up that way. Postmistress simpered. The student became aware for the first time that his friendship with Miss Torrance was a matter of public interest. He was not entirely displeased. I will take the parcel, he said. As he went along the sunny road, he felt so light-hearted that, hardly thinking what he did, he began throwing up the parcel and catching it again in his hands. It was not large. It was very tightly done up in thick paper, and had an ironmonger's label attached to it, so that, though he paid small attention, it did not impress him as a thing that could be easily injured. Something, however, did soon make a sharp impression on him. Once as he caught the parcel he felt his hand deeply pricked. Looking closely he saw that a pin was working its way through the thick paper. After that he walked more soberly, and did not play ball. He remembered what he had heard at the post office. The parcel was certainly addressed to Miss Torrance. It was very strange. He remembered with displeasure now the assumption of the postmistress that he would be glad to carry this parcel. He delivered the pound of pins at the door without making a call. His mind never came to any decision with real regard to his feelings for Miss Torrance, and now he was more undecided than ever. He was full of curiosity about the pins. He found it hard to believe that they were to be used for a base purpose, but suspicion had entered his mind. The knowledge that the eyes of the little public were upon him made him realize that he could not continue to frequent the house merely to satisfy his curiosity. He was destined to know more. That night, long after dark, he was called to visit a dying man, and the messenger led him somewhat out of the town. He performed his duty to the dying with wistful eagerness. The spirit passed from earth while he yet knelt beside the bed. When he was returning home alone in the darkness, he felt his soul open to the power of unseen spirit, and to him power of spiritual unseen was power of God. Walking on the soft quiet road he came near the house where he had lately loved to visit, and his eye was arrested by seeing a lantern twinkling in the paddock where Trillium grazed. He saw the forms of two women moving in its little dark circle of light. They were digging in the ground. He felt that he had a right to make sure of the thing he suspected. The women were not far from a fence by which he could pass, and he did pass that way, looking and looking until the beam of the lantern fell on the bending faces. When he saw that Miss Torrance was actually there, he went on without speaking. After that 2 facts became known in the village, each much discussed in its own way, yet they were not connected with each other in the common mind. One was that the young minister had ceased to call frequently upon Miss Torrance, the other that Trillium, the cow, was giving her milk. Chapter 8.
Section 12 of A Dozen Ways of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dozen Ways of Love by Lily Dougall. The Girl Who Believed in the Saints. Marie Verine was a good girl, but she was not beautiful or clever. She lived with her mother in one flat of an ordinary-looking house in a small Swiss town. Had they been poorer or richer, there might have been something picturesque about their way of life. But as it was, there was nothing. Their pleasures were few and simple, and yet they were happier than most people are. But this they did not know. "It is a pity we are not richer and have not more friends," Madame Verine would remark, "for then we could perhaps get Marie a husband. As it is, there is no chance." Madame Verine usually made this remark to the Russian lady who lived upstairs. The Russian lady had a name that could not be pronounced. She spoke many languages, and took an interest in everything. She would reply, "No husband? It is a small loss. I have seen much of the world." Marie had seen little of the world, and she did not believe the Russian lady. She never said anything about it except at her prayers, and then she used to ask the saints to pray for her that she might have a husband. Now, in a village about half a day's journey from the town where Marie dwelt, there lived a young girl whose name was Celeste. Her mother had named her thus because her eyes were blue as the sky above, and her face was round as the round moon, and her hair and eyelashes were like sunbeams, or like moonlight when it shines in yellow halo through the curly edges of summer clouds. The good people of this village were a hard-working, hard-headed set of men and women. While Celeste's father lived, they had waxed proud about her beauty, for undoubtedly she was a credit to the place. But when her parents died and left her needy, they said she must go to the town and earn her living. Celeste laughed in her sleeve when they told her this, because young Fernand, the son of the innkeeper, had been wooing and winning her heart in a quiet way for many a day, and now she believed in him, and felt sure that he would speak his love aloud and take her home to his parents. To be sure, it was unknown in that country for a man who had money to marry a girl who had none. But Fernand was strong to work and to plan. Celeste knew that he could do what he liked. It was the time when the April sun smiles upon the meadow grass till it is very green and long enough to wave in the wind, and all amongst it the blue scilla flowers are like dewdrops reflecting the blue that hangs above the gnarled arms of the still leafless walnut trees. The cottage where Celeste lived was out from the village, among the meadows, and to the most hidden side of it young Fernand came on the eve of the day on which she must leave it forever. Very far off the snow mountains had taken on their second flush of the evening red before he came, and Celeste had grown weary waiting. "Good-bye," said Fernand. He was always a somewhat stiff and formal young man, and tonight he was ill at ease. "But," cried Celeste, and here she wept, "you've made me love you. I love no one in the world but you." "You are foolish," said he. "It is of course a pity that we must part, but it cannot be helped. You have no dowry, not even a small one, and it would be unthrifty for the son of an innkeeper to marry a girl without a sou. My parents would not allow me to act so madly," and his manner added, "nor would I be so foolish myself." Next day Celeste went up to the town, and went into the market-place to be hired as a servant. This was the day of the spring hiring. Many servants were wanting work, and they stood in the market-place. All around were the old houses of the square. There was the church, and the pastor's house, and the house and office of the notary, and many other houses standing very close together, with high-peaked roofs and gable windows. The sun shone down, lighting the roofs, throwing eaves and niches into strong shadow, gleaming upon yellow bowls and dishes, upon gay calicoes, upon cheese and sausages, on all bright things displayed in the open market stalls, and upon the faces of the maid-servants who stood to be hired. Many ladies of the town went about seeking servants. Among them was Madame Verine, and the Russian lady and Marie were with her. When they came in front of Celeste, they all stopped. "Ah, what eyes!" said the Russian lady. "What simple, innocent, trustful eyes! In these days, how rare!" "She is like a flower," said Marie. Now they quickly found out that Celeste knew very little about the work she would have to do. It was because of this she had not yet found a mistress. "I myself would delight to teach her," cried the Russian lady. "And I," cried Marie. So Madame Verine took her home. They taught Celeste many things. Marie taught her to cook and to sew. The Russian lady taught her to write and to cipher, and was surprised at the progress she made, especially in writing. Celeste was the more interesting to them because there was just a shade of sadness in her eye. One day she told Marie why she was sad. It was the story of Fernand, how he had used her ill. "What a shame!" cried Marie, when the brief facts were repeated. "It is the way of the country," said the Russian lady. "These Swiss peasants, who have so fair a reputation for sobriety, are mercenary above all. They have no heart." Celeste lived with Madame Verine for 1 year. At the end of that time Madame Verine arose one morning to find the breakfast was not cooked, nor the fire lit. In the midst of disorder stood Celeste, with flushed cheeks and startled eyes, and a letter in her hand. "Ah, madame," she faltered, "what a surprise! The letter, it is from Monsieur the notary, who lives in the market-place, and to me, madame, to me." When Madame Verine took the letter, she found told therein that an aunt of Celeste, who had lived far off in the Jura, was dead, and had left to Celeste a little fortune of 5,000 francs, which was to be paid to her when she was 21, or on her marriage day. "Ah!" cried Celeste, weeping, "can it be true? Can it be true?" "Of course, since Monsieur the notary says so." "Ah, madame, let me run and see Monsieur the notary. Let me just ask him, and hear from his lips that it is true." And so she ran out into the town, with her apron over her head, and Marie made the breakfast. The Russian lady came down to talk it over. "The pretty child is distraught, and it so small a piece of good fortune," said she. But when Celeste came in she was more composed. "It is true," she said, with gentle joy, and she stood before them breathless and blushing. "It will be 3 years before you are 21," said Madame Verine. "You will remain with me." "If you please, madame, no," said Celeste modestly, casting down her eyes. "I must go to my native village." "How?" they cried. "To whom will you go?" Celeste blushed the more deeply, and twisted her apron. "I have good clothes. I have saved my year's wages. I will put up at the inn. The wife of the innkeeper will be a mother to me now I can pay for my lodging." At which Madame Verine looked at the Russian lady, and that lady looked at her, and said behind her hand, "Such a baby, and so clever! It is the mere instinct of wisdom. It cannot be called forethought." It is to be observed that all the world over, however carefully a mistress may guard her maid-servant, no great responsibility is felt when the engagement is broken. Madame Verine shrugged her shoulders and got another servant. Celeste went down to her village. After that, when Marie walked in the market-place, she used to like to look at the notary's house, and at him, if she could espy him in the street. The house was a fine one, and the notary, in spite of iron-grey hair and a keen eye, good-looking, but that was not why Marie was interested. It was because he and his office seemed connected with the romance of life, with Céleste's good fortune. When summer days grew long, Madame Verine, her friend and daughter, took a day's holiday, and out of good nature they went to see Céleste. "Céleste lives like a grand lady now," cried the innkeeper's wife on being questioned. "She will have me take her coffee to her in bed each morning." "The wages she has saved will not hold out long," said the visitors. "When that is finished, she gives us her note of hand for the money she will get when she is married. She has shown us the notary's letter. It is certainly a tidy sum she will have, and our son has some thoughts of marrying." They saw Céleste, who was radiant. They saw young Fernand, who was paying his court to her. They returned home satisfied. It was not long after that when one morning Céleste came into Madame Verine's house. She was weeping on account of the loss of some of her money. She had come up to town, she said, to buy her wedding clothes, for which the notary had been so good as to advance her 100 francs. But her pocket had been picked in the train, and the money was gone, quite gone, alas! So tearful was she that they lent her some money. Not much, but a little. Then she dried her eyes, and said she would also get some things on credit, promising to pay in a month, for it was then that she was to be married. At the end of the day she came back gaily to show her treasures. "When the rejoicings of your wedding are over," said Madame Verine, "and your husband brings you to town to claim the money, you may stay here in the upper room of this house. It is an invitation." In a month came the wedding pair, joyful and blooming. The Russian lady made them a supper. They lodged in an attic room that Madame Verine rented. In the morning they went out, dressed in their best, to see the notary. An hour later Madame Verine sat in her little salon. The floor was of polished wood. It shone in the morning light. So did all the polished curves of the chairs and cabinets. Marie was practising exercises on the piano. They heard a heavy step on the stair. The bridegroom came into the room, agitated, unable to ask permission to enter. He strode across the floor and sat down weakly before the ladies. They thought he had been drinking wine, but this was not so, although his eye was bloodshot and his voice unsteady. "Can you believe it?" he cried. "The notary never wrote letters to her. There was no aunt. There is no money." "It is incredible," said Madame Verine, and then there was a pause of great astonishment. "It is impossible," cried the Russian lady who had come in. "It is true," said the bridegroom hoarsely, and he wept. And now Céleste herself came into the house. She came within the room and looked at the ladies, who stood with hands upraised, and at her weeping husband. If you have ever enticed a rosy-faced child to bathe in the sea, and seen it stand, half breathless, half terrified, and yet trying hard to be brave, you know just the expression that was on the face of the childlike deceiver. With baby-like courage she smiled upon them all. Now the next person who entered the room was the notary himself. He was a gentleman of manners. He bowed with great gallantry to the ladies, not excepting Céleste. "She is a child, and has had no chance to learn the arts of cunning," cried the Russian lady, who had thought that she knew the world. The notary bowed to her in particular. "Madame, the true artist is born, not made." Then he looked at Céleste again. There were two kinds of admiration in his glance, one for her face, the other for her cleverness. He looked at the weeping husband with no admiration at all, but the purpose in his mind was steady as his clear grey eye unmoved by emotion. "I have taken the trouble to walk so far," said he, "to tell this young man what perhaps I ought to have mentioned when he was at my office. Happily the evil can be remedied. It is the law of our land that if the fortune has been misrepresented, a divorce can be obtained." Céleste's courage vanished with her triumph. She covered her face. The husband had turned round. He was looking eagerly at the notary and at his cowering bride. "Ah, heaven!" cried the two matrons. "Must it be?" "I have walked so far to advise," said the notary. All this time Marie was sitting upon the piano stool. She had turned it halfway round, so that she could look at the people. She was not pretty, but as the morning light struck full upon her face, she had the comeliness that youth and health always must have. And more than that, there was the light of a beautiful soul shining through her eyes. For Marie was gentle and submissive, but her mind and spirit were also strong. The individual character that had grown in silence now began to assert itself with all the beauty of a new thing in the world. Marie had never acted for herself before. She began to speak to the notary simply, eagerly, as one who could no longer keep silence. It would be wrong to separate them, monsieur. Madame Verine chid Marie. The notary, no doubt, just because he was a man and polite, answered her. This brave young fellow does not deserve to be thus fooled. I shall be glad to lend him my aid to extricate himself. He does deserve it, cried Marie. Long ago he pretended to have love for her, just for the pleasure of it, when he had not. That is worse than pretending to have money. And in any case it is a wicked law, monsieur, that would grant a divorce when they are married. And look now, left to himself he would forgive her. But he is catching at what you say. You have come here to tempt him. You dare not go on, monsieur. Dare not, mademoiselle, said the notary, with a superior air. No, monsieur. Think of what the good God and the holy saints would say. This poor girl has brought much punishment on herself. But ah, monsieur, think of the verdict of heaven. Mademoiselle, said the notary, haughtily, I was proposing nothing but justice. But it is no affair of mine. And with that he went out brusquely, very brusquely for a gentleman of such polite manners. I am astonished at you, Marie, said Madame Verine. This was true, but it was meant as a reproach. She is beside herself with compassion, said the Russian lady, but that is just what men of the world despise most. Then Marie went to her room weeping, and the two ladies talked to Celeste till her soft face had hard lines about the mouth, and her eyes were defiant. Young Fernand slipped out and went again to the market-place. I come to ask your aid, monsieur the notary. I do not advise you. But, monsieur, to whom else can I apply? I am too busy, said the notary. Fernand and Celeste walked back to their village, hand in hand, both downcast, both peevish, but still together. Now the notary was not what might be called a bad man himself, but he believed that the world was very bad. He had seen much to confirm this belief, and had not looked in the right place to find any facts that would contradict it. This belief had made him hard, and sometimes even dishonest in his dealings with men. For what is the use of being good in a world that can neither comprehend goodness nor admire it? On the whole, the notary was much better satisfied with himself than with human nature around him, although, if he had only known it, he himself had grown to be the reflex, the image, as in a mirror, of what he thought other men were. It is always so. There was just this much truth in him at the bottom of his scorn and grumbling. He flattered himself that if he could see undoubted virtue, he could admire it, and there was in him that possibility of grace. After he had left Madame Verine's door, he thought with irritation of the girl who had rebuked him. And then he began to remember that she was only a woman, and very young, and she had appealed to his heart. Ah, yes, he had a heart. After all, he was not sure but that her appeal was charming. Then he thought of her with admiration. This was not the result of Marie's words. Words in themselves are nothing. It is the personality of the speaker that makes them live or die, and personality is strongest when nourished long in virtue and silence and prayer. When it came to pass that the notary actually did the thing Marie told him to do, he began to think of her even with tenderness in his heart. Now a very strange thing happened. In about a week the notary called on Madame Verine a second time. He greeted her with all ceremony, and then he sat down on a little stiff chair and explained his business in his own brief, dry way. Marie was not there. The little salon, all polished and shining, gave faint lights and shadows in answer to every movement of its inmates. Madame Verine, in a voluminous silk gown, sat all attention, looking at the notary. She thought he was a very fine man, quite a great personage, and undoubtedly handsome. "Madame," began he, "I am, as you know, at middle age, yet a bachelor, and the reason to be plain with you is that I have not believed in women. Pardon me, I would not be rude, but I am a business man. I have no delusions left, yet it has occurred to me that a young woman who would make the lives of the saints her rule of life. I do not believe in such things myself, but in short, madame, I ask for your daughter in marriage." He said it as if he were doing quite a kind thing, as indeed he thought he was. Madame Verine thought so too, and with great astonishment, and even some apologies, gave away her daughter with grateful smiles. Marie was married to the notary, and he made her very happy. At first she was happy because he had good manners, and she had such a loving heart that she loved him. After a few years he found out that she was too good for him, and then he became a better man. End of Section 12.